a teenage pitching phenom, an illegal sports medicine empire, a deadly conspiracy worth millions. Top of the third. Chapter 1. Afternoon sun hammered the aluminum bleachers at Terry Park. Heat radiated off the metal in visible shimmering waves. August in Fort Myers felt like a physical assault. Sweat saturated the collar of Deacon's polo shirt, pasting the polyester blend to his spine. He sat alone in the third row, positioned directly behind home plate. The rusted chain-link backstop cut the baseball diamond into a grid of small dirty squares. A stagnant breeze rolled in off the Caloosahatchee River. It carried the unmistakable stench of dead fish and rotting algae. Red tide choked the Gulf Coast this summer, and the smell hung over the city like a wet wool blanket. Deacon ignored the odor. He kept his focus locked on the pitcher's mound. Jimmy Dalton stood in the center of the dirt circle. He looked like a stiff breeze might knock him over. The kid stood 6'2" and weighed maybe 160 pounds soaking wet. Pinstriped baseball pants bagged around his narrow hips. Dalton kicked at the pitching rubber, scuffed the toe of his cleat in the dirt, and stared down the catcher. Deacon raised the Stalker radar gun. The black plastic grip felt warm and slick with perspiration. Dalton went into his wind-up. He featured a high leg kick, bringing his left knee almost to his chin. The motion looked erratic, lacking any sort of fluid rhythm. Dalton dropped his front foot and threw his upper body forward. His hips stayed open. His back leg dragged uselessly across the dirt. He generated absolutely zero power from his lower half. The kid's right arm whipped around in a violent, terrifying arc. The elbow snapped forward first, bearing the entire brutal load of the torque. The forearm followed, launching the baseball toward home plate. Leather exploded in the catcher's mitt. The sound cracked like a rifle shot across the empty park. The catcher, a local junior college kid hired for the bullpen session, winced and shook his left hand. Deacon glanced at the digital display on the back of the radar gun. 98. A heavy silence settled over the diamond. Deacon lowered the gun. He pinched the bridge of his nose. A headache pulsed behind his eyes, born of glare and bad coffee. None of this made sense. He opened the battered leather notebook, resting on his lap. He flipped past pages of cramped handwriting and scouting codes until he found Dalton's April evaluation from a showcase in Jupiter. Deacon ran his finger down the column of numbers. Dalton topped out at 88 miles per hour in April. He lacked command. He demonstrated a flat slider and a changeup that tumbled into the dirt. Every scout in the Grapefruit League scratched him off their draft boards. You did not draft a skinny, all-arm pitcher throwing high 80s. 4 months later, the kid threw thunderbolts. Dalton wiped his forehead with the back of his glove. He received the ball from the catcher and stalked back to the rubber. He shook out his right arm. Deacon recognized the gesture. Dalton disguised it as a loose, athletic twitch, but the grimace on the kid's face told a different story. Deep tissue burned inside that joint. Deacon shifted his weight on the bleacher seat. A jagged bolt of pain shot up his right leg. He hissed through his teeth and reached down, massaging the thick, ropey scar tissue wrapped around his ankle. Ty Cobb's ghost lived in that joint. A dirty slide at second base in Cleveland ended Deacon's playing career 15 years ago. The metal cleats tore through tendon and cartilage, leaving him with a permanent limp and a weather-predicting ache. He knew the difference between sore muscles and structural failure. He watched Dalton grab the baseball. The kid's elbow screamed for mercy. It broadcasted imminent structural failure to anyone willing to look past the radar gun. "Throw the slider," Deacon shouted. His voice echoed off the empty concrete dugouts. Dalton glared through the chain-link fence. The kid had a narrow, angular face and eyes that burned with a desperate, manic energy. He nodded once. Dalton started his wind-up. The mechanics broke down even further. He twisted his wrist on the release, trying to force a sharp break on the ball. The pitch spun flat and high, missing the strike zone by 2 feet. The ball clattered against the backstop. Deacon checked the gun. 92. Velocity requires mass, leverage, and kinetic chain efficiency. Dalton lacked all three. The kid generated big league speed, using nothing but the fragile ligaments in his right shoulder and elbow. The human body rebelled against that kind of physics. Tendons snapped. Rotator cuffs shredded. A sleek white sedan idled in the gravel parking lot beyond center field. The engine noise hummed underneath the cicada song. Deacon watched a man in a tailored linen suit lean against the hood of the car. The man wore reflective aviator sunglasses and checked a gold watch. He watched Dalton with the detached interest of a day trader monitoring a stock ticker. Deacon pulled his phone from his pocket. The screen glared in the sunlight. He hit the speed dial for Chicago. Fletcher picked up on the second ring. The background noise featured the low murmur of the front office and the hum of central air conditioning. "Tell me you got numbers, Deacon. We face a deadline." Fletcher had a voice like grinding gears. He viewed baseball players as data points on a spreadsheet. "I got numbers," Deacon said. He kept his eyes on Dalton. The kid threw another fastball. The catcher dropped to one knee to frame the pitch. 98. He touched 99 twice. Beautiful. Papers rustled on Fletcher's end of the line. "The analytics guys love this kid's spin rate. We grab him in the late rounds, stash him in rookie ball, and look like geniuses." "Pass on him, Fletch." Silence stretched across the cellular connection. "Excuse me?" "You draft him, you burn a pick," Deacon said. He added 10 miles an hour to his heater in 16 weeks. He weighs $160. He pitches with his upper body. No leg drive. No hip rotation. His mechanics are a disaster. "I don't pay you to be a pitching coach. I pay you to verify the heat. You verified it." "It's a mirage," Deacon said. He shifted the phone to his other ear. The metal back of the device felt hot against his skin. "I evaluated him in April. He threw batting practice. Now he throws pure gas. Guys do not find 10 miles an hour in the minor leagues without chemical help. The kid is juicing." "You have a failed drug test in front of you," Fletcher asked. "I have 2 eyes and a brain." "Keep your brain out of it. We need right-handed pitching." "His elbow will explode before Labor Day," Deacon said. He watched Dalton shake out his arm again. The wince grew more pronounced. He features a classic inverted W in his arm slot. The tension on his ulnar collateral ligament is off the charts. He throws 100 pitches like that, and his arm detaches from his body. "Miami wants him," Fletcher said. "The Marlins sent 2 guys down there yesterday. They sniff around the same velocity jump. If we blink, they sign him as an undrafted free agent." "Let Miami buy the surgery," Deacon said. "The kid is a blown elbow waiting to happen. Someone feeds him experimental garbage. Look at the guy in the linen suit out in center field. He stinks of a handler. You want a PR nightmare when the league cracks down on whatever clinic pumped this kid full of horse steroids." Fletcher let out a long, slow breath. "You listen to me, Deacon. The general manager wants velocity. The owner wants velocity. We draft guys who throw hard, and we let the medical staff sort out the rest. It's fraud, Fletch. It's baseball. Prove he takes something illegal, or approve the kid. End of discussion. Give me 2 days. You get until Tuesday morning. I need your final report filed by 9. Stop playing detective and do your job." The line clicked dead. Deacon lowered the phone. He stared at the blank screen for a long moment. He slid the phone back into his pocket and picked up the radar gun. Dalton towed the rubber. The kid dug his fingers into the seams of the baseball. Sweat poured off the brim of his cap. He wanted this contract. He tasted the big leagues. He had no idea what the corporate machine planned to do with him. They planned to squeeze the 98-mile-per-hour juice out of his arm and toss the husk into the trash. Dalton threw another fastball. The leather popped. The catcher groaned and tossed the ball back to the mound. Deacon checked the gun. 98. He closed his notebook. He grabbed his sunglasses from the bleacher seat and slid them onto his face. The tinted lenses turned the harsh Florida sunlight into a murky, bruised yellow. He descended the aluminum steps, his bad ankle screaming with every impact. He needed a cold beer, an ice pack, and a conversation with the kid's handler. Chapter 2. A fluorescent tube flickered above the motel sink. It cast a sickly, jaundiced light across the peeling wallpaper. A low, persistent hum vibrated from the fixture, sounding like trapped wasps. Mildew stained the grout between the yellowed bathroom tiles. Fort Myers specialized in this specific brand of decay. The humidity seeped through the cinder-block walls, turning the air thick and unbreathable. Deacon braced his hands against the cracked porcelain edge of the basin. He leaned forward and stared into the mirror. The glass featured a jagged crack in the lower left corner. Deep, bruised shadows pooled under his eyes. Gray stubble peppered his jawline. A network of broken capillaries mapped a roadmap of cheap whiskey and bad decisions across his cheeks. He turned the cold water tap. A rusty squeal echoed through the small room. Brown sludge sputtered from the faucet before clearing into a thin, tepid stream. He cupped his hands and splashed the water over his face. The liquid smelled of chlorine and old pipes. It offered zero relief from the suffocating heat. Deacon reached for a thin, scratchy towel hanging on a rusted rack. He dried his face. The coarse fabric felt like sandpaper against his skin. A dull, rhythmic throb radiated from his right ankle. The pain started at the heel and climbed up his calf. Ty Cobb's ghost woke up cranky. The scar tissue tightened with the changing barometric pressure. A storm brewed out in the Gulf of Mexico. Deacon dragged his bad leg out of the bathroom. The stained carpet crunched beneath his bare feet. The room smelled of stale cigarette smoke, industrial carpet cleaner, and despair. An ancient air conditioning unit rattled beneath the window. It fought a losing battle against the Florida summer. Deacon walked to the faux wood laminate dresser. A dented mini-fridge sat in the corner. He yanked the door open. Warm air spilled over his feet. The compressor hummed, but produced zero chill. 2 aluminum cans of domestic beer sat on the top shelf. He grabbed one. Condensation coated the metal, but the liquid inside felt tepid. He popped the tab. Foam hissed and spilled over his knuckles. He took a long swallow. The beer tasted like aluminum and regret. His cell phone vibrated on the bedside table. The device danced across the scarred wood, threatening to tumble onto the floor. Deacon limped to the bed. The mattress sagged in the middle, shaped like a shallow grave. He picked up the phone. The caller ID flashed a Chicago area code. Fletcher. Deacon tapped the screen and pressed the phone to his ear. "I need paper on Dalton, Deacon." Fletcher skipped the greeting. His voice had the warmth of a spreadsheet. The background noise featured the clatter of keyboards and the muffled tones of a television broadcasting a West Coast game. "You get paper when I figure out the kid," Deacon said. He sat on the edge of the bed. The rusty springs groaned under his weight. "There's nothing to figure out," Fletcher said. He threw 98. He showed a plus slider. The analytics department ran his spin rates from the video feed. "They're salivating. We need a full report by Tuesday morning." The kid is a mirage. Deacon took another sip of the warm beer. His mechanics belong in a beer league. He throws all arm. 0 lower half engagement. A stiff breeze knocks him off balance. You draft him, you waste a pick. I don't care about his balance. You will care when his shoulder snaps in August. Deacon rubbed his forehead. A migraine gathered momentum behind his eyes. You don't find 10 extra miles an hour in 4 months on talent alone. The kid is juicing. He's full of something illegal. A heavy sigh crackled through the phone speaker. Listen to me. The general manager wants velocity. The fans want velocity. We pay you to find guys who throw fire. Dalton throws fire. I saw his face, Deacon said. He winced on every pitch. The structural damage is already happening. You put him in rookie ball. He blows out his ulnar collateral ligament in 3 weeks. We end up paying for a Tommy John surgery on a kid who lied to get drafted. Prove it, Fletcher said. The corporate edge sharpened his words. Give me a few days. I can track down his medicals. Someone fed him the velocity. I find the doctor, I find the juice. No. Fletcher slammed a hand against a desk. The sound echoed through the line. We don't investigate players. We evaluate them. You think Miami cares about his elbow? They have 2 scouts in Fort Myers right now. They saw the same radar gun. If we don't lock him down, they will. Let Miami buy the broken toy. I want the report, Deacon. I want it glowing. Approve the kid. End of discussion. Fletch, the kid is. Tuesday morning, Fletcher interrupted. 9 o'clock. File the paperwork or pack your bags. We have 100 hungry guys in the minors begging for a scouting job. Don't make me replace you. The call disconnected. A dial tone buzzed in Deacon's ear. He pulled the phone away from his face. He stared at the blank screen. Anger burned in his chest, hot and bright. He tossed the phone onto the sagging mattress. The device bounced once and settled into the depression. Deacon stood up. His ankle screamed in protest. He ignored the pain and walked to the battered desk near the window. His laptop sat closed on the scratched surface. He flipped open the screen. The machine woke from sleep mode. The harsh blue light illuminated the dark room. He typed his credentials into the Chicago front office database. The corporate logo spun on the screen. The portal granted him access to medical histories, draft profiles, background checks, and psychological evaluations for thousands of amateur players. He typed Dalton James's into the search bar. A profile populated on the screen. A headshot showed a skinny, terrified kid wearing a faded high school baseball cap. Deacon scrolled past the basic biographical data. Age 21. Height 6'2". Weight 160 pounds. Hometown Fort Myers. He clicked on the medical tab. The page loaded a grid of checkmarks and dates. Deacon leaned closer to the screen. He scanned the columns. High school physicals. Junior college entrance exams. Everything looked perfect. Blood pressure normal. Joint mobility optimal. Vision 20/20. He scrolled down to the injury history. The section remained completely blank. No sprained ankles. No pulled hamstrings. 0 rotator cuff inflammation. Deacon frowned. He picked up his beer and took another drink. The liquid tasted worse on the second attempt. Baseball destroyed bodies. A pitcher throwing breaking balls since Little League carried damage. Every arm featured micro tears, bone spurs, or tendinitis. A pristine medical record on a 21-year-old pitcher felt like a fairy tale. He clicked on the April showcase evaluation. Another scout filed the report. Deacon read the notes. The words confirmed his own memory. Fastball, 86 to 88. Slider, 74, flat break. Changeup, 78, poor command. Notes: frail frame. Lacks stamina. Recommend pass. Deacon minimized the window. He opened a web browser. He typed Jimmy Dalton's name into a local news search. He filtered the results to the past 3 months. A few small articles popped up. A local sports blog mentioned Dalton striking out 10 batters in a summer league game. A junior college newsletter highlighted his dedication to the weight room. Nothing suggested a miraculous medical intervention. Nothing pointed to a specific doctor or a shady clinic. The silence in the room felt oppressive. The rattling air conditioner masked the sound of the highway outside. Deacon rubbed his scarred ankle. The joint throbbed in time with his heartbeat. He understood pain. He understood the desperate measures men took to eliminate it. A kid staring down the barrel of an undrafted career needed a miracle. Miracles cost money. They required connections. Dalton lacked both. Someone bankrolled the kid. Someone provided the chemistry experiment. The laptop battery icon flashed a low-power warning. Deacon reached into his duffel bag on the floor. He retrieved a tangled mass of black cords. He plugged the charger into the wall outlet and connected the laptop. He needed ground-level intelligence. The corporate database offered sanitized lies. He needed the dirt beneath the bleachers. He needed the whispers in the local dive bars. He closed the browser and opened his contact list. He scrolled past general managers, farm directors, and rival scouts. He found the name he wanted. Henderson. The retired umpire lived in Fort Myers. He spent 30 years calling balls and strikes in the minors. Henderson knew every coach, every trainer, and every bartender in Lee County. The man collected secrets like baseball cards. Deacon checked his watch. The digital numbers glowed green. 10:30. Henderson kept late hours. The man practically lived at a rundown tavern near the Caloosahatchee River. Deacon grabbed his wallet from the dresser. He slid it into the back pocket of his khaki pants. He grabbed his rental car keys. The metal jingled in the quiet room. He picked up his phone from the bed and shoved it into his pocket. He paused at the door. He looked back at the glowing laptop screen. Dalton's face stared back at him. The kid looked hungry. The kid looked desperate. Fletcher wanted a clean report. The corporate machine wanted a shiny new toy. Deacon understood the stakes. He investigated Dalton. He risked his job, his pension, and his health insurance. He approved the kid. He doomed a 21-year-old to a surgeon's table and a lifetime of chronic pain. Deacon turned the doorknob. The brass felt sticky with humidity. He stepped out of the motel room and into the suffocating Florida night. He chose the hard way. Chapter 3. Deacon navigated the rental car down McGregor Boulevard. Towering royal palms lined the street, looking like silent sentinels in the dark. The streetlights cast rhythmic flashes across the windshield. The air conditioning fought a losing battle against the heat radiating from the floorboards. Fort Myers transformed after sunset. The tourists vanished into the sanitized resorts out on the beach. The locals emerged. The city revealed its rusted underbelly. Pawn shops, liquor stores, and bait shacks replaced the manicured golf courses. Flickering pink neon painted long, jagged shadows across a cracked asphalt parking lot. The sign above the cinderblock building read the Mangrove Lounge. 2 letters remained dark. Heat radiated from the pavement, baking the night air into a thick paste. Mosquitoes swarmed the glowing glass tubes. Deacon killed the engine. He grabbed his wallet from the center console. He stepped out of the chilled cabin into the muggy darkness. Crickets hummed a relentless, vibrating drone. The stench of red tide drifted inland from the Caloosahatchee River. It smelled like dead fish and spoiled sulfur. The heavy wooden door had a tarnished brass handle shaped like a mermaid. Deacon yanked the metal. Frigid air blasted his face. The current carried the scent of stale draft beer, fried onions, and decades of spilled bourbon. A jukebox played a scratchy Willie Nelson track in the corner. Smoke hung near the water-stained ceiling tiles. Fort Myers operated on an older set of rules. The smoking ban meant nothing inside these walls. Deacon let the heavy door swing shut. The noise of the highway vanished. The lounge featured a long mahogany bar, scarred by bottle caps and careless elbows. Stools with duct-taped vinyl cushions lined the counter. A few regulars occupied the corners. They stared into their glasses. The bartender wiped the wood with a gray rag. He ignored the new arrival. Deacon scanned the room. He found his target in a back booth. Henderson sat bathed in the dim light of a fake Tiffany lamp. The retired umpire nursed a highball glass. Ice clinked against the crystal rim. Henderson wore a faded Guayabera shirt. Liver spots dotted his bald head. Deep creases framed his eyes. 30 years of staring through a steel face mask in the midday sun carved those lines into his skin. Deacon walked toward the booth. His right boot dragged a fraction of an inch on the sticky linoleum. The ankle ground out a familiar warning. He ignored the pain. He slid into the opposite side of the cracked leather booth. The rusted springs sagged under his weight. Henderson took a sip of his amber liquid. He set the glass down. He studied Deacon across the scarred table. "You look like hell," Henderson said. His voice had the texture of crushed gravel. "Corporate life agrees with me," Deacon said. A waitress materialized from the shadows. She held a round plastic tray against her hip. She smacked a damp paper napkin onto the table. "What's the poison?" she asked. "Double Maker's Mark," Deacon said. "Neat. Keep a tab." He tossed the silver corporate card onto the table. The plastic landed with a heavy clatter. Henderson eyed the embossed logo. "Chicago pays for your sins now?" Henderson asked. "Fletcher thinks he owns my soul." Deacon pocketed the card after the waitress snatched it. "He buys the booze. I buy the lies." "You look older than the last time you dragged yourself through this swamp," Henderson said. "Mirrors lie. I feel fantastic." Deacon leaned back against the vinyl. "How's the strike zone these days?" "Wide and generous. Like my ex-wife." Henderson coughed. The sound rattled deep in his chest. "I miss the dirt, Diak. I miss the arguments with angry managers. These new kids lack fire. They step out of the box and stare at the iPad in the dugout. The game changed. The game died." Henderson traced a water ring on the table. "They optimized the soul right out of it. Analytics. Spin rates. Launch angles. Computers run the front office. It makes me sick." "You called a terrible game in Pawtucket back in '04, Deacon said. Henderson snorted. "You crowded the plate. That curveball caught the outside corner. A blind man saw it. It missed by 6 inches. You swung like a rusty gate anyway. You had 0 plate discipline. I hit .280 that year." "In Triple-A," Henderson corrected. "The big leagues exposed your bat speed. Then Cleveland ruined your leg. Now you carry a clipboard for the suits. We all sell out, Hendy. You retired to a bar stool. I retired to a rental car." The waitress returned. She set the double bourbon in front of Deacon. He nodded his thanks. He raised the heavy glass. The liquor burned a welcome trail down his throat. The tight knot behind his eyes loosened a fraction. The headache backed off. I didn't come to mourn the sport, Hendy. Nobody comes to see me to mourn. Henderson finished his drink. He rattled the ice cubes. You want a rumor. You want a ghost. Which one is it? A kid, Deacon said. Jimmy Dalton. Henderson stopped rattling his glass. His eyes narrowed. The ambient noise of the bar seemed to drop. Willie Nelson faded into a low guitar solo. The compressor on the beer cooler kicked on with a loud hum. Dalton, Henderson repeated. The name hung in the damp air. You know him. Everybody in the Gulf Coast League knows him today. He threw 98 this afternoon. Deacon leaned forward. He rested his forearms on the sticky table. I saw him in Jupiter 4 months ago. He topped out at 88. He threw marshmallows. He lacked command. Now he throws thunder. Kids grow. Not 10 miles an hour in one summer. Deacon took another sip of bourbon. He pitches like a broken metronome. All arm. 0 lower half engagement. He weighs 160 pounds. Skin and bone. The velocity defies physics. It defies biology. You think he found a magic potion. I think someone pumped him full of an experimental cocktail, Deacon said. I need the source. Henderson sighed. He rubbed a hand over his face. You stick your nose in this, you lose it. The front office wants the numbers. Give them the numbers. Cash your paycheck. Fletcher wants a clean medical profile. He expects me to sign off on a mirage. Deacon set his glass down. The kid features a classic inverted W arm slot. The tension on his ulnar collateral ligament is catastrophic. I clear him, Miami or Chicago drafts him, and his arm snaps in a month. I refuse to rubber stamp a cripple. You have a conscience. Henderson laughed. A scout with a conscience. You belong in a museum, next to the dinosaur bones. Save the jokes, Hendy. Where did he get the juice? Henderson signaled the waitress. He pointed to his empty glass. She nodded from across the room. Rumors float around the batting cages, Henderson said. He leaned closer. Desperate kids talk in the dugouts. They hear about a guy. A doctor. Give me a name. I lack a name. I have a location. Henderson paused. A strip mall out on Route 41. Gulf Wellness Clinic. They advertise hydration therapy and vitamin B shots for retired folks. They sell something else. Guys go in throwing 85. They come out throwing gas. Henderson drummed his thick fingers on the table. The treatment costs serious money. And it breaks federal law. Who pays for Dalton? The kid is broke. He drives a rusted sedan. That's the million-dollar question, Diak. Someone sponsors these kids. An investor covers the tab, builds the velocity, and takes a cut of the signing bonus. It operates like an investment firm. They trade in human tendons. The waitress delivered the fresh highball. Henderson took a long drag. I appreciate the intel, Deacon said. You stay away from that clinic, Henderson said. The people running that operation don't play baseball. They play for keeps. They employ guys with thick necks and bad attitudes. I need a look at the paperwork. Paperwork? Henderson scoffed. You think they keep a ledger labeled illegal steroids in the lobby? Everyone leaves a paper trail. A guy needs to know which trash can to check. Deacon finished his bourbon. He stood up. His ankle screamed. The pressure change in the bar sent a jolt of pure fire up his calf. He masked the wince with a cough. Watch your back, Diak. I always do. Deacon dropped a $50 bill on the table to cover the tip. He turned and walked toward the exit. The neon sign buzzed through the small square window in the heavy door. He pushed the wood. The humid Florida night hit him like a physical blow. The parking lot remained empty, except for his rental sedan and a few rusted pickup trucks. The cicadas screamed their metallic song. A stray dog scavenged near the overflowing dumpster in the alleyway. Deacon limped to the car. The streetlights painted the hood in a sickly yellow hue. He unlocked the door. The interior smelled of hot plastic and the cheap pine air freshener the rental agency used to mask cigarette smoke. He dropped into the driver's seat. He kept the engine off. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. He opened a map application. He typed Gulf Wellness Clinic into the search bar. The screen glared in the darkness. A red pin dropped on Route 41. The map showed the clinic nestled between a discount furniture store and an abandoned boat dealership. A perfect spot for a ghost operation. Deacon tossed the phone onto the passenger seat. He rubbed his face with both hands. Exhaustion pulled at his bones. Fletcher wanted the finalized scouting report by Tuesday morning. The clock ticked in his head. The deadline loomed like a thunderhead over the Gulf. He gripped the steering wheel. The synthetic leather felt slick under his palms. Henderson spoke the truth. Approaching the clinic meant trouble. It meant crossing invisible lines. Corporate scouts evaluated mechanics. They timed 60-yard dashes. They documented fastball command. They avoided medical fraud rings and back-alley doctors. Dalton's face flashed in his mind. He remembered the kid's desperate, manic eyes staring through the chain-link fence at Terry Park. He remembered the terrifying snap of that elbow during the release. The baseball machine chewed kids up every single day. The league promised glory and delivered orthopedic surgeons. Deacon refused to grease the gears for this particular slaughter. He turned the ignition key. The engine roared to life. Cold air blasted from the dashboard vents, offering a brief reprieve from the swamp outside. He shifted the transmission into drive. The tires crunched over the loose gravel of the parking lot. He steered the sedan toward the highway. Tomorrow required a change of tactics. He needed a vantage point. He needed a cup of terrible diner coffee. He planned to find a discreet parking spot on Route 41. He wanted to watch the rats scurry in and out of their maze. Chapter 4. Sunlight baked the roof of the rented Chevy Malibu. The cheap sheet metal popped and pinged under the brutal assault of the Florida afternoon. Heat waves shimmered above the asphalt, turning the air into a distorted liquid lens. Deacon sat slouched in the driver's seat. He kept the ignition off. An idling engine drew attention. Attention destroyed a stakeout. He parked the sedan in the shadow of an abandoned boat dealership. Faded blue letters peeled off the stucco facade above the empty showrooms. Dust coated the floor-to-ceiling windows, obscuring the outlines of forgotten display racks. Next door, a discount furniture outlet advertised a perpetual liquidation sale. A faded yellow plastic banner whipped in the hot, stale wind. Gulf Wellness Clinic occupied the prime end unit of the L-shaped strip mall. Frosted glass obscured the front windows, blocking any view of the interior. A tasteful brushed steel sign hung above the double doors. It displayed a generic lotus flower logo. The entrance projected the aura of a high-end spa. It felt alien wedged between cheap foam mattresses and ghost town retail spaces. Sweat stung Deacon's eyes. He wiped his brow with a damp paper napkin salvaged from a diner breakfast. His khaki shirt clung to his chest. The cabin air smelled of melting dashboard vinyl, stale coffee, and the faint chemical tang of the distant red tide. The steering wheel burned against his palms. He reached into the passenger seat and grabbed a bottle of water. He unscrewed the blue cap and took a long drink. The liquid tasted like warm plastic. He picked up a yellow legal pad from the center console. A chewed ballpoint pen rested in the wire binding. A silver Ford pickup truck rumbled into the lot. The vehicle featured a lifted suspension and deep-tread mud tires. It consumed 2 parking spaces near the clinic entrance. A man stepped out of the elevated cab. He wore a tight black tank top and mirrored aviator sunglasses. Thick ropes of muscle wrapped around his neck. His shoulders had a stiff, unnatural rigidity. Deacon recognized the posture. He evaluated athletes for a living. He studied the kinetic chain of the human body. The man moved with a heavy, unbalanced gait. His upper half carried excess mass for his joints. His hips lacked fluid rotation. Synthetic testosterone produced that exact silhouette. The man grabbed a canvas duffel bag from the truck bed. He pushed through the glass door of the clinic. Deacon clicked the pen. He wrote down the Ford's license plate number on the yellow paper. 6 digits. Florida tags. An hour passed. The sun shifted, erasing the meager shadow of the boat dealership. The Malibu took the full brunt of the heat. Deacon unbuttoned his shirt to the mid-chest. His right ankle throbbed with a dull, constant rhythm. The cramped space aggravated the ancient scar tissue. He pressed the sole of his boot against the floorboard, attempting to stretch the joint. The fused bones resisted the motion. Pain shot up his calf. He welcomed the distraction from the suffocating temperature. The clinic door opened. The man in the black tank top emerged. He left the duffel bag inside. He walked with a different energy. The stiffness vanished. A jittery, aggressive bounce replaced his heavy steps. His face looked flushed. He climbed into the lifted truck and sped out of the parking lot. The massive tires squealed against the cracked pavement. Deacon picked up his cell phone. He dialed a Tampa area code. The line rang 3 times. "Central Records, talk to me," a rough voice rasped. "Mick. It's Deacon." "Diac." You draw breath. The world still turns. Mickey chewed on something hard. Ice cubes clinked against glass. "I thought Chicago put you out to pasture." "I roam the earth," Deacon said. "I need a favor." "You owe me 3 favors. I buy you up a bottle of Macallan next time I cross the Skyway Bridge." "Make it the 18 year," Mickey said. "What do you need?" "Run a Florida plate for me." Deacon read the numbers off the legal pad. Keyboard keys clattered over the phone speaker. "Give me a minute. The state database runs on a hamster wheel." Deacon watched the clinic. A sleek black coupe pulled into a spot. Another muscle-bound kid stepped out. This one looked younger. Early 20s. He wore a local community college baseball cap. "Got a hit," Mickey said. "Registered to a Marcus Vance. Rap sheet includes 2 assault charges in Hillsborough County. Current occupation listed as a personal trainer at a gym in Cape Coral. Why do you track meatheads, Diac?" "Vance visited a wellness clinic down here." "Wellness clinic?" Mickey laughed. "They sell essential oils and healing crystals?" "They sell velocity. They pump kids full of juice." "Sounds like a badge problem. Stay out of it. You evaluate sliders. You lack a badge." "A kid in our pipeline faces an elbow reconstruction for a contract. I need to know the chemical makeup of his arm." "You carry a bleeding heart," Mickey said. "Watch your back. Guys pushing needles hate visitors." "I know." "The Macallan. 18 years. Do not forget." The line clicked dead. Deacon tossed the phone onto the passenger seat. He watched the kid in the baseball cap enter the clinic. The pattern held firm. Desperate guys with cash walked through those doors. They bought the juice. They chased the dream. The clinic manufactured miracles and banked the profits. Jimmy Dalton fit the demographic perfectly. 30 minutes later, the main event arrived. A pearl-white Mercedes G-Wagon turned off Route 41. The massive luxury SUV glided over the potholes. Sunlight caught the polished chrome brush guard. The vehicle screamed money. It bypassed the front lot and parked in a reserved space near the rear alleyway of the clinic. Deacon leaned forward. He ignored the sharp ache in his leg. He reached into his canvas duffel bag on the floorboard. His fingers closed around the cold metal body of a Nikon DSLR camera. He bought the gear a decade ago to film picture-throwing mechanics. The heavy telephoto lens transformed it into a perfect surveillance tool. He removed the plastic lens cap. He rested the heavy barrel on the steering wheel. He pressed his right eye to the viewfinder. The driver's side door of the Mercedes opened. A man stepped onto the pavement. Dr. Thomas had the polished look of a daytime television host. He wore a custom-tailored linen suit in a light cream color. A crisp blue shirt rested open at the collar. Reflective silver aviators shielded his eyes. He checked a gold Rolex on his left wrist. Every detail projected success. Every detail felt calculated. He stood in the alleyway behind a discount furniture store, yet he looked ready for a yacht party in Naples. Deacon twisted the focus ring. The glass elements aligned. Thomas's face sharpened in the digital viewfinder. The shutter clicked. A rapid burst of images saved to the memory card. Thomas walked toward a heavy steel security door at the back of the building. He moved with a smooth, effortless stride. He owned the concrete he walked on. The steel door opened from the inside. A massive man in a tight polo shirt held the door for the doctor. The guard had a thick neck, a shaved head, and cauliflower ears. Deacon zoomed in on the guard. He snapped 2 more photos. He recognized the type. Cartel muscle. Former cage fighters. Guys who broke bones for a living. Henderson spoke the truth at the bar. The clinic employed serious protection. The operation guarded its secrets. The steel door shut. The alleyway returned to silence. Deacon lowered the camera. He reviewed the images on the digital screen. The linen suit. The gold watch. The muscle at the door. The visual evidence told a clear story. This operation moved massive amounts of cash. You did not buy a G-Wagon selling hydration therapy and vitamin B shots to retirees. You bought that car selling illegal athletic performance. He placed the camera back in the canvas bag. He pulled his leather wallet from his back pocket. He opened the fold. The silver corporate credit card gleamed in the harsh light. The Chicago team logo sat embossed in the corner. Fletcher demanded results. Fletcher controlled the bank account. Deacon had an unlimited expense limit for entertaining high-value prospects, wooing amateur coaches, and navigating the shady underworld of international free agency. The card felt heavy in his palm. It represented everything he hated about the front office. The money, the corruption, the sanitized exploitation of young athletes. The machine chewed up kids like Jimmy Dalton and spat out the broken pieces. But the plastic also represented leverage. Thomas loved money. The linen suit proved it. The luxury car proved it. You catch a greedy man by flashing a fat wallet. Deacon needed to get inside the clinic. He needed to bypass the cauliflower-eared muscle at the back door. He needed to examine the ledger. He could not kick the door down. He needed to play a role. He slid the card back into the leather slot. He closed the wallet. He formed a plan. He needed to become the arrogant corporate scout with deep pockets and a lack of morals. He needed to represent the Chicago front office in all its ruthless glory. He turned the ignition key. The rented Malibu coughed, sputtered, and roared to life. The air conditioning compressor kicked on, blowing a blast of hot, stale air into his face. He rolled down the window to let the trapped heat escape. He shifted the transmission into drive. The tires crunched over the loose gravel and broken asphalt. He steered the car out of the parking lot and merged into the heavy traffic on Route 41. He needed a shower. He needed clean clothes. He needed to transform from a weary, broke scout into a high-rolling buyer. Tomorrow, he planned to walk through the frosted glass doors of the Gulf Wellness Clinic. He planned to buy a miracle. Chapter 5. A rusted exhaust fan rattled above the grill station at the Pelican Diner. The blades chopped the heavy, grease-laden air into a rhythmic thrum. Dawn light filtered through salt-stained front windows, casting long gray rectangles across the checkered linoleum floor. The place smelled of burnt hash browns, strong bleach, and decades of spilled coffee. Two ceiling fans spun in lazy circles, doing nothing to break the morning humidity. Deacon pushed through the heavy glass door. A small brass bell jingled, announcing his arrival. He stood in the entryway and scanned the room. Booths with duct-taped crimson vinyl lined the far wall. A handful of retirees hunched over plates of eggs, dissecting the morning newspaper. 3 local fishermen occupied a corner table, their voices a low rumble beneath the clatter of the kitchen. A long formica counter dominated the center of the diner. It featured a row of chrome stools with cracked red leather seats. Deacon spotted his target immediately. She sat at the far end of the counter, near the swinging door to the kitchen. She wore teal nursing scrubs. A laminated ID badge clipped to her breast pocket read, Sarah. Dark circles pooled under her eyes, mirroring Deacon's own exhaustion. She gripped a thick ceramic mug with both hands, staring into the dark liquid like it held the secrets to the universe. A half-eaten slice of cherry pie sat on a small plate next to her elbow. Deacon walked toward the counter. He forced a smooth, even stride, masking the sharp spikes of pain shooting up his right calf. The fused bones in his ankle ground together with every step. He needed to project power and wealth. A limp ruined the illusion. He chose a stool 2 seats away from the nurse. He settled his weight onto the spinning cushion. The chrome pedestal squeaked under the pressure. A waitress appeared on the opposite side of the counter. She wiped the laminate surface with a damp gray rag. Her plastic name tag said Marge. She had a towering hive of blonde hair and a face carved by years of dealing with difficult tourists. "What's the poison, hun?" Marge asked. She slapped a paper menu down on the damp counter. "Just the coffee," Deacon said. "Black. And whatever pie she has." He pointed a thumb toward the nurse. Marge grabbed a glass pot from the warming burner. She flipped a thick white mug right side up and filled it to the brim. Steam curled toward the ceiling. Cherry. It came out of the oven an hour ago. "Make it a slice," Deacon said. He reached into his back pocket and retrieved his wallet. He pulled a $10 bill from the fold and laid it flat on the counter. Marge scooped the cash, nodded, and disappeared toward the pie case. Deacon wrapped his hands around the hot mug. The ceramic burned his palms, chasing a chill from his bones that the Florida heat never quite reached. He turned his head and studied the nurse. Up close, Sarah looked even younger. Early 20s, maybe a year or 2 older than Jimmy Dalton. Stress pinched the corners of her mouth. Faint white lines of dried saline marked the shoulders of her scrubs, a byproduct of handling endless IV bags. She chewed on her lower lip, lost in thought. Marge returned. She slid a plate with a wedge of pie in front of Deacon. She turned to Sarah. "You need a warm-up, sweetie?" Marge asked, hovering the coffee pot. Sarah blinked, pulling herself out of her trance. She looked down at her nearly empty cup. "I'm tapped out, Marge. Rent is due Friday." Deacon caught Marge's eye. He slid a crisp, $20 bill across the formica. Top her off. Keep the change. Marge snatched the bill with lightning speed. She filled Sarah's mug and gave Deacon a knowing wink before retreating to the kitchen. Sarah stared at the fresh steam rising from her cup. She turned her head and met Deacon's gaze. Suspicion hardened her features. "I didn't ask for a handout," Sarah said. Her voice carried a defensive edge. "I buy coffee for fellow vampires," Deacon said. He took a sip of his black brew. The bitterness coated his tongue. "You look like you worked the graveyard shift. Or you fought a war. We process a lot of physicals." Sarah wrapped her hands around the warm ceramic. "The clinic keeps odd hours." "Gulf Wellness," Deacon said. He read the embroidered logo on the sleeve of her scrubs. "You run the blood panels and the vitamin drips." Sarah stiffened. She pulled her arms closer to her chest. "We offer a variety of holistic health services. Hydration therapy. Recovery management." "You sound like a brochure," Deacon said. He picked up a silver fork and cut off the tip of the cherry pie. He tasted the filling. It had a cloying, artificial sweetness. He pushed the plate away. He needed to execute the pivot. He needed to transform from a friendly stranger into a corporate shark. Deacon reached into his wallet. He bypassed the cash and pinched the edge of the silver corporate credit card. The embossed Chicago team logo caught the harsh fluorescent light above the counter. He tossed the plastic onto the formica. The card landed with a sharp, heavy clatter. It slid an inch and stopped near Sarah's coffee mug. Sarah looked at the card. Her eyes tracked the raised silver letters, the banking insignia, the platinum sheen. In a diner populated by day laborers and pensioners, the card screamed institutional wealth. It represented private jets, luxury suites, and a complete lack of financial boundaries. "I evaluate talent," Deacon said. He kept his voice low, forcing her to lean in to hear the words. "I work for a machine that spends millions of dollars on high school kids who throw baseballs. We own a farm system full of broken arms and shredded shoulders. I need them fixed." Sarah swallowed hard. She broke eye contact with the card and looked at Deacon's face. "We run a legitimate medical practice," Sarah said. Her voice lost a fraction of its volume. "Dr. Thomas is a board-certified physician." "Dr. Thomas drives a G-Wagon," Deacon countered. "He employs guys with cauliflower ears to guard his back door. You don't buy a Mercedes selling B12 shots to retired golfers. You sell velocity. You sell miracles." "I don't know what you're talking about." "I'm talking about Jimmy Dalton," Deacon said. He watched her pupils dilate at the name. A micro-expression of pure panic flashed across her face. The kid gained 10 miles an hour on his fastball in 16 weeks. Human anatomy rejects that kind of leap. It requires a chemical push. A big one. Sarah shook her head. She pushed her coffee mug away. Coffee sloshed over the rim, pooling on the cracked laminate. "I don't discuss patient files," Sarah said. She reached for the small leather purse resting on the counter next to her plate. Deacon leaned closer. He invaded her personal space. He let the weary, cynical edge of his persona bleed into his voice. "Listen to me, Sarah," Deacon said. "Chicago wants Dalton. My boss wants to draft him. But I know the kid is a walking time bomb. His elbow is a frayed rope. I write the check, and my organization assumes the risk. I need to know the exact formula pumping through his veins. I need to know the shelf life of the product Thomas sells." "You're crazy." "I have unlimited resources," Deacon said. He tapped a thick finger against the platinum card. "Thomas loves money. My front office loves fastballs. I want to cut a deal. I want exclusive rights to the recovery protocol for our minor league affiliates. Sarah gripped the strap of her purse. Her knuckles turned white. She looked around the diner, checking the exits, assessing the fisherman in the corner. She looked trapped. Deacon pushed the pressure point. "What does Thomas prescribe?" Deacon asked. "Is it an equine steroid? An experimental synthetic? I buy the formula, or I burn the clinic to the ground with a call to the league office." Sarah stood up from the stool. Her chair spun backward, banging into the counter. "We run experimental protocols," Sarah blurted. The words tumbled out of her mouth in a rushed, terrified whisper. "It isn't a standard steroid cycle. It's something else. Something he mixes in the back." "Give me a name," Deacon demanded. "You need a consultation," Sarah said. She backed away from the counter. Her eyes darted toward the diner entrance. "Talk to Dr. Thomas. He handles the premium clients. I just draw the blood. I don't ask questions." "Sarah." "Leave me alone," she said. She turned and practically ran for the exit. Her rubber-soled shoes squeaked against the linoleum. She pushed the heavy glass door open. The brass bell jingled a chaotic rhythm. The door slammed shut, cutting off the heavy morning humidity. Deacon sat at the counter. He watched her teal scrubs disappear down the cracked sidewalk. Marge emerged from the kitchen. She carried a stack of clean, white plates. She stopped at the counter and surveyed the mess. The spilled coffee, the untouched pie, the empty stool. "Did you say something to spook the girl?" Marge asked. She set the plates down with a heavy clatter. "I asked her for medical advice," Deacon said. He picked up the silver credit card. He wiped a drop of spilled coffee off the plastic edge with his thumb. The bait worked. Sarah confirmed the existence of a custom chemical cocktail. She confirmed Thomas mixed the product on site. The clinic operated as a clandestine pharmacy for desperate athletes. Deacon slid the card back into his leather wallet. He stood up from the stool. His right ankle delivered a sharp, punishing spike of agony. He grabbed the edge of the counter to steady himself, taking a slow, deep breath to manage the pain. He needed more than a nervous nurse's confession. He needed a look at the ledger. He needed the chemical compound's name. Chicago demanded proof before they walked away from a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. Deacon limped toward the diner exit. The investigation required a shift in tactics. The corporate bluff cracked the armor, but it would not open the vault. He needed to speak to the kid. He needed Jimmy Dalton to understand the cliff edge he stood on. He pushed the glass door open. The brutal heat of the Florida morning hit him in the chest. He stepped onto the asphalt, ready to track down a ghost. Chapter 6. Halogen lights hummed to life above the grandstands at City of Palms Park. The massive bulbs buzzed like angry hornets in the thick evening air. Dusk settled over Fort Myers, transforming the sky into a bruised canvas of purple and gray. The setting sun brought zero relief from the heat. Humidity trapped the warmth against the asphalt, turning the parking lot into a sauna. Mosquitoes swarmed the glowing glass fixtures, drawn to the artificial daylight. Deacon leaned his shoulder against the chain-link fence near the player entrance. He chewed a stale piece of peppermint gum. The artificial flavor masked the lingering taste of bad diner coffee and motel room dust. His khaki shirt stuck to his ribs. He watched the main road. The showcase game started in 45 minutes. Scouts from 6 different organizations occupied the prime seats behind home plate. They held clipboards, radar guns, and blank checkbooks. They waited for the main attraction. A faded red Nissan Sentra coughed into the gravel lot. The muffler scraped against the entrance dip, sending a shower of orange sparks into the twilight. Rusted quarter panels framed bald tires. The engine knocked with a rhythmic, metallic death rattle. The driver killed the ignition. The sedan shuddered and died. Jimmy Dalton stepped out of the driver's side door. The kid looked worse up close. The baggy baseball uniform swallowed his narrow frame. Dark circles bruised the skin under his eyes, mirroring the exhaustion of the diner nurse. He reached into the back seat and hauled out a battered canvas equipment bag. The heavy canvas sagged under the weight of cleats, gloves, and false hope. Dalton slammed the car door shut. He slung the bag over his left shoulder. He guarded his right arm. He kept the pitching limb tucked close to his ribs, avoiding any unnecessary motion. Deacon stepped away from the fence. He blocked the narrow concrete path leading to the clubhouse double doors. Dalton stopped. His cleats crunched against the loose gravel. He recognized Deacon from the bleachers at Terry Park. A flash of panic widened the kid's eyes. He adjusted his grip on the equipment bag strap. "You need to move," Dalton said. His voice cracked. He sounded like a frightened high schooler, not a future millionaire. "We need a conversation," Deacon said. He kept his hands out of his pockets. He projected a calm, grounded presence. "The game starts in 40 minutes. You have time." "I pitched the second inning. I need to stretch." "You need to stop," Deacon said. He closed the distance by a single step. He kept his voice low, forcing Dalton to listen over the hum of the stadium lights. "Whatever Thomas gives you, it destroys connective tissue. Your elbow is a frayed rubber band." Dalton stiffened. The name hit him like a physical blow. He glanced over his shoulder, checking the empty parking lot. He turned his attention back to Deacon. Defensive anger replaced the initial panic. "I don't know any Thomas," Dalton said. "Get out of my way." "I sat in the diner with his nurse this morning," Deacon lied. The bluff required absolute conviction. Sarah outlined the whole protocol. The blood panels. The custom mix. The backdoor sessions at the clinic. "Chicago knows about the juice, Jimmy." Dalton swallowed hard. His Adam's apple bobbed in his throat. He shifted his weight from foot to foot. "You guys draft numbers. You scout velocity. I throw 98. You throw glass," Deacon countered. "I watched your mechanics. You pitch with 0 lower half engagement. You drag your back leg. You generate all that speed using the shoulder capsule and the ulnar collateral ligament. The human arm rejects that kind of torque. It snaps." "My arm feels fine." "You winced on every release this afternoon," Deacon said. He pointed a finger at Dalton's right elbow. "I saw the grimace. I know the pain. You feel a deep, burning pinch right at the hinge. The joint swells after 3 innings. You ice it for hours, and it still throbs in the middle of the night." Dalton broke eye contact. He stared at the cracked asphalt. Deacon recognized the silence. He recognized the brutal truth landing on the kid's shoulders. "Thomas sells you a miracle," Deacon continued. "He pumps you full of an experimental cocktail. It builds explosive, fast-twitch muscle in a matter of weeks. The tendons cannot keep up. The bone structure cannot handle the new kinetic load. You throw 100 pitches under the lights tonight, and that ligament detaches from the bone." Dalton snapped his head up. Defiance burned in his eyes. "I pitch tonight," Dalton said. "I get my shot. Miami sent their cross-checker. Atlanta has a guy in the 3rd row. They want gas. I give them gas. They want a healthy asset," Deacon said. "I work for the Chicago front office. I write the checks. I evaluate the risk. We do not buy damaged goods. We demand full medical transparency. I flag your file, and every team in the league passes on you. You're bluffing. Try me." Deacon tapped his chest. "I write the word fraud on your scouting report, and you go back to community college. You spend the rest of your life changing oil at a Jiffy Lube. Walk away, Jimmy. Save your arm. Let me dismantle Thomas and his clinic." Dalton laughed. The sound lacked humor. It sounded brittle and hollow. "You think I care about the rest of my life?" Dalton asked. He dropped the heavy equipment bag onto the gravel. A cloud of gray dust plumed around his cleats. "Look at my car. Look at my cleats. I share a 2-bedroom apartment with 4 guys. I eat ramen noodles for dinner every single night. Poverty does not fix a shattered elbow." "$1 million signing bonus fixes everything," Dalton shouted. He stepped closer to Deacon. The kid smelled of cheap deodorant and sour adrenaline. "I throw strikes tonight. I sign a piece of paper tomorrow morning. Miami hands me a check with 6 zeros. I pay off my mother's mortgage. I buy a new car. I eat a steak. Then you blow out your arm in rookie ball. Then the team pays for the surgery," Dalton shot back. "They buy the Tommy John reconstruction. They pay for the rehab. They own me and they fix me. But I keep the bonus. I keep the cash." Deacon stared at the kid. The sheer terrifying logic of the argument stalled his response. Dalton understood the machine. The kid embraced the exploitation. He treated his own body as a disposable commodity. He planned to sell a defective product to a billion-dollar corporation and run with the cash. "Chicago won't sign a cripple," Deacon said. The words tasted like ash. "I'm not a cripple tonight," Dalton said. He picked up the heavy canvas bag. He gripped the strap with his left hand. "Tonight, I'm a lottery ticket. Tonight, I throw fire." Dalton stepped forward. He drove his left shoulder into Deacon's chest. The impact caught Deacon off balance. He stumbled backward. His right boot hit a rut in the gravel. The fused bones in his ankle twisted. A jagged spike of pure agony shot up his calf. The pain blinded him for a fraction of a second. He grunted and grabbed the chain-link fence to keep from hitting the asphalt. Dalton did not look back. The kid marched down the concrete path toward the clubhouse doors. The baggy uniform flapped in the stagnant breeze. He carried the bag, the secrets, and the chemical cocktail into the stadium. Deacon braced his weight against the metal fence. He took a long, ragged breath, waiting for the fire in his leg to subside. The stadium lights cast long, distorted shadows across the parking lot. He heard the muffled roar of the crowd inside the park. The public address announcer called the starting lineups. The circus music played. He rubbed his right knee. The kid refused the lifeboat. Dalton chose the meat grinder. Deacon understood the desperation. He remembered his own hungry days in the minor leagues, sleeping on bus floors and chasing the elusive major league dream. But Dalton dealt with the devil. Thomas fed the kid poison, charged him a premium, and sent him out to perform. Fletcher wanted a clean report by Tuesday. Chicago wanted the 98-mile-per-hour fastball. Miami hovered over the carcass, ready to snatch the prize. The corporate gears crushed everything in their path. Deacon pushed himself away from the fence. He tested his right ankle. It throbbed with a dull, persistent ache, but it held his weight. The direct approach failed. Dalton rejected the warning. To save the kid, Deacon needed to destroy the supplier. He needed to find the bottom of the clinic's ledger. He needed the paper trail. He limped toward the rented Malibu. The investigation required a new angle. Thomas ran a clandestine chemical operation. Operations of that size produced waste. They produced byproducts. They left a footprint on the surrounding environment. Deacon pulled his car keys from his pocket. The metal jingled in the quiet lot. He thought about the red tide choking the Gulf. He thought about the dead fish washing up on the Fort Myers shoreline. He needed a guide to the local waterways. He needed to track the poison to its source. He unlocked the car door. He climbed into the suffocating heat of the cabin. He watched the stadium lights glow against the dark Florida sky. The kid believed the lie. Deacon planned to burn the lie to the ground. Chapter 7. Thousands of dead silver mullet choked the marina basin. The incoming tide pushed the carcasses against the concrete seawall in a thick, rotting paste. The air carried a distinct metallic tang. It tasted like rusted iron, spoiled sulfur, and inevitable decay. Seagulls circled the boat slips, squawking their displeasure, refusing to eat the poisoned meat. Fort Myers surrendered to the toxic algae bloom months ago. Deacon parked the Malibu in a gravel lot meant for boat trailers. Deep craters dotted the dirt, filled with brackish rainwater. He killed the engine and grabbed his sunglasses from the dashboard. He stepped out of the air-conditioned cabin. The stench hit his lungs like a physical blow. He pulled his polo shirt up over his nose for a brief second, filtering the worst of the rot before letting the fabric drop. A network of weathered wooden docks stretched into the brown river water. Splintered pilings groaned under the relentless push of the current. Deacon navigated the main pier. His right boot tested the warped planks before he committed his full weight. The parking lot altercation with Jimmy Dalton left his ankle humming with fresh, sharp spikes of pain. Ty Cobb's ghost demanded a pound of flesh today. He ignored the throbbing and focused on the rows of tied-up vessels. He spotted the eco-charter skiff at the end of Dock C. A faded canvas canopy provided a rectangle of shade over the center console. The shallow draft hull featured streaks of dried salt and river mud. A woman in cut-off denim shorts and a grease-stained gray tank top stood on the bow. She wrestled a thick nylon docking line around a rusted iron cleat. Deacon stopped at the edge of her slip. He shoved his hands into his pockets. The woman pulled the knot tight and wiped her forehead with the back of her forearm. Mirrored Costa sunglasses hid her eyes. A weathered baseball cap held back a tangled mass of sun-bleached blonde hair. She noticed Deacon standing on the boards. She did not smile. "This dock is private," she said. Her voice carried the raspy texture of coarse sandpaper. "The sign out front blew away in the last hurricane," Deacon said. "I guess you can't read the heavy iron chain draped across the entrance either." She grabbed a long-handled deck brush and dipped it into a plastic bucket. "Tourists belong over on Sanibel Island. I don't run shelling trips. I don't point out the manatees. Half of them float belly up in the mangroves anyway." "I hate shelling," Deacon said. "I lack a camera for the manatees." "Then you lost your way, mister." She scrubbed the fiberglass deck with aggressive, rhythmic strokes. Soapy water spilled over the scuppers into the murky basin. "The golf courses sit 3 miles east. Go hit a bucket of balls. Henderson sent me." The brush stopped moving. She left the bristles resting on the soapy deck. She tilted her head, evaluating the rumpled khaki pants, the faded polo, and the battered leather boots. "Mickey Henderson owes me $50 from a poker game in March," she said. "He owes me a bottle of 18-year scotch," Deacon countered. "The man carries a lot of debt. He told me Captain Gwen runs the best chart in Lee County. He said you know the backwater better than the Coast Guard." "Mickey talks too much." Gwen tossed the brush into the bucket. She walked to the gunwale and crossed her arms. "What do you want?" "I need a guide," Deacon said. "I need local geography. Buy a topographical map at the gas station. Maps show the paved roads and the public parks. I need to know what happens where the asphalt stops." Deacon stepped closer to the edge of the dock. He kept his voice level over the cries of the gulls. "I need to look at the land behind a specific strip mall on Route 41. Gwen snorted. "You want to look at a swamp. Congratulations. You found Florida. The whole state is a swamp wearing a cheap tuxedo. What makes this particular mud puddle special? A doctor runs a clinic in the end unit. Gulf Wellness. Deacon watched her face for a reaction. The mirrored sunglasses gave nothing away, but her jaw tightened. He sells miracles to desperate athletes. He pumps kids full of synthetic garbage, takes their money, and ruins their joints. Sounds like a problem for the medical board, Gwen said. Or the police. Call a cop. The cops need a warrant. The medical board needs a formal complaint. I need the chemical profile by Tuesday morning. Deacon pulled his wallet from his back pocket. Thomas runs a clandestine pharmacy. He mixes the product on site. Operations like that generate toxic waste. They produce byproducts. And you think he dumps it? I think a guy wearing a $3,000 linen suit refuses to pay exorbitant hazardous waste disposal fees. I think he finds a cheaper alternative. Gwen uncrossed her arms. She looked out at the river, past the dead mullet, toward the tangled green wall of mangroves on the opposite shore. The strip mall sits on a limestone ridge, Gwen said. The land behind it belongs to a shell corporation out of Delaware. 300 acres of protected wetlands. The developers can't build on it, so they ignore it. A maze of tidal creeks cuts right up to the property line. It all feeds into the Caloosahatchee. Perfect place to hide a drainage pipe. Perfect place to poison an entire ecosystem. Gwen turned her attention back to Deacon. The hostility in her posture shifted into a cold, focused anger. We test the water quality every week. The nitrogen levels behind that mall spike off the charts. We find dead fish. We find chemical burns on the turtle shells. The red tide loves the extra nutrients. It feeds on the runoff. You reported it. I called the Environmental Protection Agency. I called the State Wildlife Commission. Gwen gripped the metal railing of the boat. Her knuckles turned white. They send a guy with a clipboard. The guy takes a water sample. 6 months later, I get a form letter saying the results remain inconclusive. The Shell Corporation buries the state in legal paperwork, and the dumping continues. They buy time, Deacon said. They obfuscate the source. They kill the river. Deacon opened his wallet. He bypassed the silver corporate credit card. Gwen had zero respect for institutional wealth. She respected sweat, calluses, and direct action. He pulled out 2 crisp $50 bills. He held the cash over the water. Show me, Deacon said. Gwen stared at the money. She shook her head. Keep your paper, Gwen said. You work for the league. I evaluate talent for Chicago. You want to save a baseball player. I want to save the estuary. She grabbed the mooring line. We share a target. We share the boat ride. But you play by my rules on the water. Name them. You sit down. You shut up. You don't touch any of my equipment. Gwen untied the knot. She tossed the heavy nylon rope onto the dock. And if we find guys with guns guarding that drain pipe, we turn around. I fight lawyers and bureaucrats. I don't fight cartels. I avoid bullets whenever possible, Deacon said. He stepped over the gap, favoring his left leg. He landed on the fiberglass deck. The skiff rocked under the sudden shift in weight. His bad ankle barked, sending a dull ache up his calf. He found a seat on a cracked vinyl cooler strapped to the deck near the center console. Gwen stepped behind the steering wheel. She turned the ignition key. An outboard motor roared to life, shattering the stagnant quiet of the marina. A cloud of blue exhaust smoke sputtered from the prop before the engine settled into a steady, vibrating hum. Gwen shifted the throttle into reverse. The boat backed out of the slip, churning the dead fish and the brown water into a toxic foam. She spun the wheel hard. The bow swung toward the main channel of the Caloosahatchee. "Hold on to something," Gwen shouted over the engine noise. She pushed the throttle forward. The skiff lifted out of the water, the hull slapping against the choppy current. Wind whipped through the open console, tearing the stench of the merino away, replacing it with the heavy, humid scent of the open river. Deacon gripped the metal handle of the cooler. He watched the shoreline recede. Condominiums and strip malls gave way to dense, impenetrable walls of twisted mangrove roots. Florida had two faces. The tourists saw the manicured beaches and the theme parks. Deacon headed into the wild, untamed interior, looking for a monster hiding in the mud. Chapter 8. Midnight transformed the alley behind the Gulf Wellness Clinic into a corridor of shadows and industrial noise. A massive air conditioning unit on the roof of the discount furniture store hummed a steady, vibrating drone. Condensation dripped from an exposed pipe, slapping against the cracked concrete in a rhythmic puddle. The single sodium security bulb above the clinic's steel door cast a sickly orange glow over the loading dock. Fort Myers slept, but the suffocating humidity remained wide awake, pressing down on the asphalt. Deacon parked the rented Malibu 2 blocks away in the dark lot of a defunct transmission repair shop. He walked the distance. He stayed close to the cinder block walls, letting the deep shadows hide his silhouette. A pair of heavy leather work gloves covered his hands. A flattened plastic garbage bag rested in his back pocket. He reached the end of the alley. A chain-link fence separated the commercial property from a tangled patch of overgrown scrub pines. A dark green metal dumpster sat flush against the fence, positioned away from the glare of the security light. A rusted padlock hung open on the steel hasp. Thomas paid top dollar for cartel muscle to guard the front door, but he neglected the back alley waste management. Hubris always left a crack in the armor. Deacon stepped up to the metal container. Flies swarmed the rim, creating a localized cloud of disease. The insects buzzed against his face, drawn to the sweat coating his neck. He ignored them. He grabbed the heavy plastic lid with both gloved hands and shoved it backward. The hinges shrieked, a terrible metallic scrape that echoed off the surrounding buildings. Deacon froze. He pressed his back against the corrugated metal, waiting for a reaction from the clinic. The alley offered only the sound of the dripping water and the humming AC unit. He turned back to the task. He clicked on a small aluminum pen light. He held the narrow beam between his teeth and leaned over the lip of the dumpster. The smell hit his lungs with the force of a physical blow. Bleach mixed with rotting food, stagnant water, and the sharp chemical tang of medical sanitizer. Deacon breathed through his mouth. He hoisted his weight, balanced his stomach on the metal rim, and reached into the darkness. The top layer consisted of standard breakroom trash. He pushed aside greasy pizza boxes, crushed soda cans, and a cluster of plastic grocery bags. Wet coffee grounds spilled over his right forearm, staining the sleeve of his khaki shirt. Slime coated the exterior of every surface. He dug deeper. He needed the administrative waste. He needed the paper trail. His gloved fingers brushed against a heavy, contractor-grade black bag. The plastic felt thick and unyielding. Deacon grabbed the knotted top and hauled it toward the surface. He braced the bag against the lip of the dumpster and tore the plastic open with his thumb. A cascade of white paper strips spilled out. Deacon shifted the penlight in his mouth. The beam illuminated thousands of cross-cut paper ribbons. Thomas shredded the evidence. An amateur threw the ledger in the trash. A professional burned it. Thomas landed somewhere in the middle, displaying the arrogance of a man who believed nobody had the patience to piece the puzzle back together. Deacon pulled the folded plastic garbage bag from his back pocket. He snapped it open. He began transferring handfuls of the shredded paper from the contractor bag into his own sack. The work required speed. He plunged his hands into the mess, grabbing clumps of the destroyed documents, ignoring the mystery fluids soaking into his gloves. A sudden blinding beam of white light struck him in the face. Deacon dropped a handful of paper. He spat the penlight out of his mouth. The small aluminum cylinder clattered into the depths of the dumpster. "Step away from the bin," a voice ordered. The voice lacked the gravelly menace of the cartel guard from the afternoon stakeout. It sounded young, nervous, and caffeinated. Deacon raised a hand to shield his eyes from the glare. The light source belonged to a heavy maglite. The man holding it stood 10 feet away, wearing a cheap nylon security uniform. A silver badge reflected the light. A walkie-talkie rested on his tactical belt. "I dropped my keys," Deacon said. He kept his tone even. He projected the weary annoyance of a stranded motorist. "I tossed a fast food bag in here, and my rental keys went with it." "This is private property," the guard said. The beam of light trembled. The kid had zero field experience. "You're trespassing." "I am standing in an alley looking for a piece of metal," Deacon countered. He shifted his weight, testing the balance of his right leg. "Shine that light in here for a second. Let me find the keys and I vanish." The guard took a step back. He unclipped the radio from his belt. "I'm calling the police. Keep your hands on the rim." Deacon abandoned the negotiation. He grabbed the neck of his plastic garbage bag. He vaulted backward off the side of the dumpster. His boots hit the asphalt. He didn't wait to check the guard's reaction. He pivoted and sprinted for the chain-link fence at the edge of the property. "Hey! Stop right there," the guard shouted. Heavy boots slapped against the concrete as the kid gave chase. Deacon reached the fence. The rusted metal mesh stood 4 feet high. He threw the bag of shredded paper over the top. He grabbed the top rail, planted his left boot in the diamond webbing, and hauled his body upward. He crested the fence just as the guard lunged for the collar of his shirt. The kid's fingers brushed the fabric, failing to secure a grip. Deacon dropped toward the weeds on the other side. He anticipated the landing, bracing for the impact. His left boot hit the soft dirt. His right boot found a hidden concrete block buried in the tall grass. The fused bones in his ankle absorbed the full force of his dropping weight. A sickening pop echoed in his own ears. Agony ripped up his calf, blinding him for a fraction of a second. Ty Cobb's ghost swung a sledgehammer directly into the joint. Deacon collapsed into the weeds. He bit his tongue to trap a scream behind his teeth. The metallic taste of blood flooded his mouth. He rolled onto his side, clutching his leg, fighting a wave of nausea. The beam of the maglite swept over the fence, cutting through the scrub pines. "I called the cops," the guard yelled from the alley side. The kid rattled the chain link. "They have cars on Route 41. You can't outrun them." Deacon forced his eyes open. He ignored the fire burning in his leg. Survival demanded movement. He grabbed the plastic bag of shredded paper. He pushed himself off the dirt, using a thin pine trunk for leverage. He put weight on the right foot. The ankle threatened to buckle, sending a fresh spike of torture into his brain. He adopted a brutal, uneven hobble. He dragged the bad leg through the thick brush, using the shadows of the trees to hide from the sweeping flashlight beam. He needed distance. He navigated the overgrown lot, pushing through thorny branches that tore at his clothes and scratched his face. The distant wail of police sirens pierced the muggy night air. The Fort Myers police responded with terrifying speed to calls from affluent commercial districts. Deacon broke through the tree line. He stumbled onto the cracked pavement of the transmission shop parking lot. The rented Malibu sat exactly where he left it, a dark gray rectangle in the gloom. He limped across the asphalt, his breath coming in ragged, painful gasps. The sirens grew louder, converging on the clinic from multiple directions. He reached the car. He dug the keys out of his pocket with trembling fingers. He fumbled the plastic fob, dropping it onto the hood. He snatched it up, hit the unlock button, and yanked the driver's side door open. He tossed the garbage bag full of shredded paper onto the passenger seat. He collapsed behind the steering wheel. He grabbed his right thigh with both hands and manually hoisted his bad leg into the cabin. He shoved the key into the ignition and turned it. The engine roared to life. Deacon jammed the transmission into gear. He stepped on the accelerator. The tires squealed against the loose gravel. He kept the headlights off. He steered the sedan out of the dark lot and merged onto a quiet residential side street. Two police cruisers rocketed past the intersection a block away. Their light bars painted the surrounding houses in frantic flashes of red and blue. Deacon flicked his headlights on. He took 3 consecutive right turns, weaving through a maze of quiet neighborhoods to put distance between the car and the clinic. He merged onto a secondary county road heading east, away from the water and the commercial zones. The adrenaline crash hit him 5 miles later. His hands shook against the steering wheel. The headache returned, a dull pounding rhythm behind his eyes. His ankle throbbed with a ferocity he hadn't felt in a decade. He wiped his face with the back of his sleeve. The fabric smelled of wet coffee grounds, dumpster slime, and cheap aftershave. He glanced at the passenger seat. The plastic garbage bag sagged against the upholstery. Fletcher wanted a clean medical report. Thomas wanted his secrets buried in a landfill. Jimmy Dalton just wanted $1 million signing bonus. Everyone chased a fantasy. Deacon chased the ugly, fragmented truth. He needed a flat surface, a bottle of cheap scotch, and 12 hours of uninterrupted quiet. He drove toward the glowing neon sign of his motel, ready to assemble the pieces of the puzzle. Chapter 9. A wall-mounted air conditioner rattled beneath the motel window. The ancient compressor fought a losing battle against the Florida humidity. It spat a meager stream of lukewarm air into the cramped room, smelling of ozone and mold spores. Water condensation dripped from the plastic vents, staining the threadbare carpet below. Deacon sat on the edge of the sagging mattress. His right boot rested on the floor. His left hand massaged the swollen, ruined joint of his right ankle. The desperate vault over the clinic's chain-link fence extracted a heavy toll. Ty Cobb's ghost drove a rusted railroad spike deep into the fused bone. Pain pulsed up his calf in a relentless, rhythmic throb. He required a bag of ice and a double pour of cheap bourbon. He had neither. The black plastic garbage bag sat on the scuffed laminate desk. Dumpster slime coated the exterior of the plastic. The stench of rotting lettuce, bleach, and wet coffee grounds permeated the enclosed space. It overpowered the room's native scent of stale cigarettes and industrial cleaner. Deacon dragged his gaze away from his bruised leg and stared at the trash bag. The answers rested inside that plastic shell. His cell phone vibrated against the bedside table. The device shimmied across the cheap wood veneer. The screen illuminated the dark room, casting a harsh blue glare against the peeling floral wallpaper. The caller ID displayed a Chicago area code. Deacon ignored the first 3 rings. He needed silence to think. He needed time to process the sheer volume of shredded paper waiting on the desk. The phone vibrated a 4th time. Fletcher had zero respect for time zones or boundaries. Deacon reached out and swiped the green icon on the glass screen. He pressed the device to his ear. "Miami made an offer," Fletcher said. The general manager bypassed introductions. The ambient noise of the Chicago front office filtered through the speaker. Keyboards clattered. Telephones rang. The machine hummed, fueled by analytics and bottom lines. Deacon leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Miami wants to buy a torn elbow ligament. Let them write the check. An undrafted free agent deal, Fletcher continued, ignoring the interruption. They attached a massive signing bonus. They sent the provisional paperwork to the kid's apartment an hour ago. We need to clear Dalton today. We match the cash or we lose the arm. We lose the arm anyway, Fletch. The arm is a ticking time bomb. The analytics department disagrees. They ran the spin rates from your Jupiter showcase video against the footage from Terry Park. The jump in raw metrics is astronomical. The kid is a unicorn. Deacon ground his teeth together. The corporate buzzwords tasted like ash. He is a science experiment. I dug through the clinic's trash tonight. I outran a security guard and shredded my bad leg in the process. Thomas runs a chemical dump out of that strip mall. Dalton is the guinea pig. You dig through garbage now? Fletcher asked. The executive tone dripped with elite disdain. You carry a platinum corporate car, Deacon. You stay in terrible motels and you root through dumpsters. You lose your grip on reality. I find the reality, Deacon countered. He kept his voice low, fighting the urge to shout into the microphone. Thomas pumps these kids full of synthetic peptides. He accelerates their tissue regeneration, spikes their velocity, and turns their bones to chalk. Then he flushes the toxic byproducts straight into the Caloosahatchee River. Give that story to a local beat reporter. It makes a great Sunday feature. Give me 48 hours, Deacon said. I have the shredded ledger right here. I just need to piece the paper trail together. I find the name of the drug. The league launches a formal investigation, and Miami runs away screaming. We save the kid from a life of chronic pain. A heavy sigh crackled through the phone speaker. We scout baseball, Deacon. We don't save the world. The absolute indifference in Fletcher's voice chilled the humid air of the motel room. The Chicago front office viewed Jimmy Dalton as a line item. They viewed the red tide and the illegal pharmacy as irrelevant background noise. He throws 98, Fletcher said. The owner wants velocity. Clear the kid. I refuse to sign the medical release. You clear the kid today, or you pack your bags and find a new career. We have 50 hungry college kids ready to take your clipboard. Clear him. End of discussion. The line clicked dead. Deacon pulled the phone away from his ear. He stared at the blank screen for a long moment. He tossed the device onto the bedspread. It bounced once and settled into a depression in the mattress. He stood up. The right ankle screamed, buckling for a fraction of a second. Deacon caught his balance against the nightstand. He took a ragged breath and forced his weight onto the injured leg. He limped across the room toward the desk. He grabbed the knotted top of the black garbage bag. He dragged the heavy plastic over to the bed. He grabbed the bottom corners and upended the sack over the faded floral print comforter. A mountain of cross-cut white paper cascaded onto the mattress. The smell hit him in a fresh wave. Stale coffee, cheap medical sanitizer, and sour milk. Strips of damp, ruined documents formed a chaotic mound of information. Thomas destroyed the evidence with a commercial shredder, turning standard printer paper into jagged ribbons. Deacon sat back down on the edge of the bed. He turned on the bedside lamp. A yellow incandescent bulb cast a harsh, unforgiving circle of light over the paper mountain. He plunged his hands into the mess. The work required absolute focus. He needed to separate the relevant administrative waste from the useless clinic junk. He pushed aside glossy strips of shredded medical brochures. He discarded torn pieces of lunch receipts and fast food wrappers. He hunted for the matte finish of standard invoice paper. He worked in silence. The rattling air conditioner provided the only soundtrack. 10 minutes passed. Then 20. Sweat beaded on Deacon's forehead. He wiped the moisture away with the back of his wrist. He found a strip bearing the top half of a capital A. He placed it flat on a clean section of the mattress. He dug through the pile, scanning for matching fonts and paper weights. He located a strip featuring a date, August 12th. He found another displaying a column of figures ending in double zeros. The puzzle pieces began to aggregate. Deacon leaned closer to the bed. The harsh yellow light strained his eyes. He aligned the jagged edge of the A strip with a piece featuring a lowercase p. The tiers matched perfectly. The cross-cut blades created unique interlocking patterns, functioning like a complex jigsaw puzzle. AP. He sifted through a clump of coffee-stained ribbons. He found an E and an X. He slid them into place. Apex. He had a name. He kept digging. His fingers cramped from the precise, delicate movements. The adrenaline from the alleyway chase faded, leaving pure exhaustion in its wake. He ignored the fatigue. He ignored the throbbing in his ankle. He hunted for the second half of the header. He struck gold near the bottom of the pile. He found a thick cluster of paper strips stuck together by dried syrup. He carefully peeled the layers apart. The black ink revealed the rest of the corporate logo. He aligned the new pieces next to the first word. Apex Biolabs. Deacon sat back. He stared at the reconstructed header. He spent the next hour piecing together the body of the invoice. He connected columns of alphanumeric codes. He matched shipping addresses. He aligned price tags. The story emerged from the shredded trash, told in cold, hard numbers. Thomas didn't mix the miracle drug in a bathtub. The doctor lacked the chemical expertise for raw synthesis. Thomas acted as a high-end distributor. Apex Biolabs operated out of Tampa, Florida. The invoice detailed a massive shipment of a proprietary compound, listed only as synthetic peptide complex V7. The price tag hit $25,000. The shipping address matched the back alley loading dock of the Gulf Wellness Clinic. The supply chain crystallized in Deacon's mind. Apex Biolabs manufactured the experimental cocktail. They shipped it down Interstate 75 to Fort Myers. Thomas purchased the raw product, diluted it, repackaged it as an exclusive recovery treatment, and pumped it into the arms of desperate kids like Jimmy Dalton. The bio-waste flushed out the basement drain, feeding the red tide in the estuary. Deacon reached for his phone on the mattress. He had the name of the manufacturer. He had proof of the financial transaction. The smoking wreckage of the clinic's ledger sat right in front of him. But Chicago required more than taped-together garbage to walk away from a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. Fletcher wanted physical proof of the damage. He wanted absolute confirmation of the mechanical failure. The front office demanded a catastrophe before they closed their checkbooks. Miami hovered over the kid. The provisional contract sat on Dalton's kitchen table. The trap remained set. Deacon rubbed his scarred ankle. Tomorrow night, Dalton planned to take the mound under the stadium lights at City of Palms Park. The kid planned to throw fire for the Miami cross-checker. He planned to earn his $1 million payday. The human body refused to sustain that level of chemical torque. The tension on the ulnar collateral ligament escalated with every single pitch. Deacon left the reconstructed invoice on the bed. He stood up and turned off the bedside lamp. Darkness swallowed the cheap motel room. The air conditioner rattled against the wall. He needed to be at the ballpark tomorrow. He needed to watch the collapse. Chapter 10. Dust drifted across the infield dirt at City of Palms Park. Stagnant air trapped the chalky particulate, creating a hazy film over the diamond. Towering halogen lamps buzzed, a relentless electric rhythm against the Florida night. Thousands of winged insects swarmed the glowing glass fixtures. The dead husks of beetles rained down onto the aluminum bleachers. The stadium felt less like a ballpark and more like a pressure cooker. Deacon claimed a seat in the third row behind home plate. Rusted metal groaned beneath his weight. A dull, throbbing fire consumed his right ankle. The desperate vault over the clinic fence extracted a heavy toll on the fused bones. He stretched the bad leg into the empty aisle, seeking an angle that offered relief. The joint offered zero mercy. Ty Cobb's ghost drove a rusted spike into the scar tissue with every beat of his heart. He unzipped his canvas duffel bag. A scuffed Stalker radar gun rested beside his leather notebook. He pulled the notebook out and flipped to a blank page. A heavy scent of stale beer, roasted peanuts, and cheap cigars hung over the scouting section. Men with clipboards and radar guns occupied the prime real estate. They represented billions of dollars in corporate equity. They searched for lottery tickets in the Florida heat. A man in a pastel pink polo shirt sat 2 seats away. The Miami Marlins logo decorated his left breast pocket. He had a deep artificial tan and hair thick with styling gel. A silver stopwatch dangled from a lanyard around his neck. Deacon recognized the man. Gaines. The Miami cross-checker built his reputation by signing high-velocity arms and ignoring the medical red flags. "You look terrible, Deacon," Gaines said. He kept his eyes on the empty pitching mound. "The local motels lack 5-star amenities," Deacon replied. "I heard Chicago put you on a leash." Gaines tapped the stopwatch against his knee. "Fletcher makes the decisions. You just hold the radar gun. Must sting. Fletcher writes the checks. I evaluate the talent." Deacon clicked his ballpoint pen. "You travel a long way for a community college showcase. Miami values raw power." Gaines turned his head. A slick, predatory smile stretched across his face. "We heard a rumor about a kid finding extra gears. A late bloomer. My general manager loves a bargain." "Dalton." "Jimmy Dalton," Gaines confirmed. "Your guys passed on him in Jupiter. The whole league passed. Now the grapevine says he touches 98. I plan to see the fire with my own eyes. I plan to offer a contract before he leaves the parking lot." Deacon rubbed his scarred jaw. The reconstructive work on the shredded invoices sat secured in his motel room. The name Apex Biolabs burned in his mind. The corporate machine demanded a physical tragedy before they closed their wallets. Fletcher demanded a catastrophe. "The kid is a mirage, Gaines. Save your owner $1 million. You try to protect your territory," Gaines said. "I respect the hustle. But Miami possesses the cash tonight." "He throws glass," Deacon countered. "His mechanics break every rule of kinetic transfer. He uses zero-leg drive. The velocity comes from a chemical push. He is a science experiment." Gaines laughed. The sound lacked warmth. "Steroids exist. We all know the game. The league suspends them, they serve the time, and they come back throwing gas. The investment still pays off. It isn't a standard steroid cycle." Deacon leaned forward. The rusted bleacher bit into his thighs. "A local doctor pumps him full of synthetic peptides. The stuff accelerates tissue recovery, but it crystallizes the bone structure. The arm will detach from his body." "The owner wants velocity," Gaines said, ending the conversation. He raised his Stalker gun. The stadium public address system crackled. Static hissed through the speakers. A bored voice announced the pitching change. Jimmy Dalton emerged from the first base dugout. The kid looked like a ghost haunting his own life. The oversized baseball uniform swallowed his thin frame. Sweat soaked the collar of his jersey before he even reached the foul line. He carried his glove in his left hand. He kept his right arm pinned against his ribs. Deacon watched the body language. He evaluated athletes by reading their hidden tells. Dalton projected pure physical agony. The kid stepped onto the infield dirt. His cleats crunched against the dry earth. He climbed the elevated mound. The stadium lights flickered, casting long, distorted shadows across the diamond. Dalton toed the rubber. He dug his spikes into the packed clay. The catcher, a burly kid wearing heavy chest armor, crouched behind home plate. Dalton went into his wind-up for the first warm-up pitch. The mechanical breakdown unfolded in agonizing slow motion. The kid lifted his left leg. His balance wavered. He threw his upper torso toward home plate, leaving his hips completely closed. The lower half generated zero momentum. The right arm whipped through the humid air. The elbow joint bore the absolute brunt of the unnatural torque. The synthetic peptides allowed the muscle to fire with terrifying speed, but the brittle bone beneath groaned under the strain. The baseball slammed into the catcher's mitt. Gaines checked his digital display. 96. On a warm-up toss. The kid is a unicorn. Deacon ignored the radar gun. He kept his eyes locked on the mound. Dalton dropped his head. A violent tremor ran down his right arm. The kid squeezed his eyes shut. A sharp, undeniable wince twisted his narrow face. He reached across his chest with his left hand and grabbed his right bicep. He squeezed the muscle, attempting to massage the deep, burning pain away from the hinge of his elbow. Deacon rubbed his own right ankle. Sympathy pain radiated through his scar tissue. He knew the sensation of structural failure. He knew the exact moment the human body decided to quit. The tearing cartilage sounded like ripping canvas inside the skull. The heat followed the tear. "He is hurting," Deacon said. "He is nervous," Gaines countered. "Big crowd. Big money on the line." Dalton shook his arm. He forced a deep breath. He rolled his shoulder, trying to project a loose, athletic confidence. The facade crumbled under Deacon's trained gaze. The kid operated on borrowed time. The loan required payment tonight. The umpire yelled to start the inning. The first batter stepped into the right-handed batter's box. The kid dug his back foot into the dirt. He waved a composite bat over the plate. Dalton stared at the catcher. The catcher flashed one finger. "Fastball." Dalton nodded. He brought his hands together at his chest. He started the chaotic wind-up. The violent jerk of his upper body forced his head off the target. The elbow snapped forward. The wrist lashed out. The pitch exploded out of his hand. The batter froze. The ball crossed the plate a foot above the strike zone, burying itself in the heavy leather webbing of the catcher's mitt. The pop echoed off the concrete dugouts. 98, Gaines announced. He scribbled a note on his clipboard. Miami found a closer. He missed the zone by a mile, Deacon said. We teach command in the minor leagues. We draft the Lightning. Dalton stalked around the mound. He wiped his face with the sleeve of his jersey. He avoided looking at his own arm. He grabbed the rosin bag, tossing the powdery sack between his hands. A white cloud of dust settled over his cleats. The catcher threw the ball back. Dalton caught it with his left hand. He transferred the sphere to his right hand. The fingers trembled against the red seams. The batter dug back in. The catcher flashed 2 fingers. Slider. A fastball required raw, explosive force. A slider required immense friction and unnatural wrist manipulation. The pitcher needed to drag his fingers down the side of the baseball, generating violent lateral spin. It placed maximum stress on the ulnar collateral ligament. Deacon gripped the edge of the aluminum bleacher. The metal felt warm and damp. Dalton started the motion. The strain showed in his neck. The veins bulged against his pale skin. He planted his front foot. The shockwave traveled up his leg and slammed into his fragile upper body. He ripped his arm through the slot. He snapped his wrist, forcing the slider spin. The human body rebelled. The kinetic chain shattered. Dalton lost the release point. The baseball darted downward, a jagged, ugly trajectory. It spiked into the dirt 3 feet in front of home plate. A cloud of brown dust erupted. The ball bounced off the clay and slammed into the catcher's shin guard. It careened toward the on-deck circle. Dalton stumbled off the mound. He caught his balance on the slope of the hill. He clutched his right elbow against his stomach. He hunched over, staring at the grass. Deacon stopped breathing. The ambient noise of the stadium vanished. The buzzing lights faded. He watched the kid fight the inevitable. Thomas sold a defective product. Apex Biolabs manufactured the poison. Dalton consumed it, chasing $1 million ghost. The collapse felt imminent. The tension strung the humid air tight. Wild pitch, Gaines muttered. He clicked his ballpoint pen. He pulled off the slider. Needs work on the secondary stuff. He needs a surgeon, Deacon said. Dalton stood up. He uncurled his arm. He forced his face into a blank mask of determination. He walked back up the dirt hill. He asked the umpire for a new baseball. The tragedy rolled into the next frame. Deacon sat in the metal bleachers, trapped by the corporate mandate, waiting for the bone to snap. Chapter 11. A 2-stroke Yamaha outboard engine shattered the morning quiet, sending a relentless mechanical hum through its rusted metal housing. Gwen gripped the center console steering wheel and pushed the throttle forward. The fiberglass hull of the skiff slapped against the chop of the Caloosahatchee River. Brackish spray washed over the bow, coating Deacon's sunglasses in a fine salty mist. He sat on a battered cooler near the front deck, bracing his boots against the gunnel to let his knees absorb the punishment of the ride. The wide expanse of the main river channel offered a deceptive sense of scale. Condominium towers and concrete seawalls dominated the southern bank, but to the north, civilization vanished. A solid, impenetrable wall of green vegetation rose from the waterline. Red mangroves formed a chaotic barricade of twisted, ropey roots, looking like giant wooden spiders clinging to the mud. Gwen banked the skiff hard to starboard, carving a sharp arc through the brown water. She aimed the bow directly at the solid wall of trees. Deacon gripped the molded plastic handles of the cooler as the hull surged toward the collision. At the last second, a narrow gap in the foliage materialized. Gwen threaded the needle. The skiff shot through the opening and entered the maze. The environment transformed in an instant. A thick canopy of overlapping branches blocked the punishing glare of the Florida sun, plunging the boat into deep, bruised shadows. The ambient temperature dropped 10 degrees. The chaotic chop of the open river gave way to dark, mirror-smooth water. The outboard engine noise echoed off the surrounding wood, sounding trapped and magnified. "Keep your hands inside the boat," Gwen yelled over the motor. She kept her eyes locked on the winding channel. Deacon wiped the salt mist from his lenses. A distinct, heavy weight hung in the stagnant air of the mangrove tunnel. The breeze died completely, leaving an atmosphere that felt thick, wet, and ancient. Tannins stained the water the color of strong tea. Clumps of razor-sharp oyster shells clung to the submerged roots, waiting to shred fiberglass or human flesh. Giant golden orb spiders sat suspended in massive webs strung between the branches. The smell of the open red tide bloom faded, replaced by a dense primeval stench. Decomposing leaves, sulfur, and black mud created an odor resembling the beginning of time. Gwen navigated a series of blind hairpin turns, operating on pure instinct and muscle memory. Countless tidal creeks snaked through the 300-acre property, creating an identical, disorienting labyrinth. A man lacking a guide faced certain death in this maze. The tide dropped, the mudflats stranded the hull, and the mosquitoes finished the job. 10 minutes deeper into the canopy, Gwen pulled back on the throttle. The Yamaha sputtered and died. The sudden silence pressed against Deacon's eardrums with physical force. The skiff glided forward on its own momentum, pushing a tiny ripple of water ahead of the bow. A great blue heron took flight from a low branch, its massive wings beating the heavy air. Gwen stepped away from the console and grabbed a 12-foot fiberglass push-pole from a set of deck clips. She walked to the raised casting platform at the stern. "We go silent from here," Gwen said. Her voice sounded small in the suffocating quiet. "Sound carries across the surface. We have company out here. I prefer to see them first." She planted the blunt end of the pole into the soft mud. She leaned her weight against the fiberglass shaft, propelling the boat forward with smooth, rhythmic strokes. The skiff slipped through a tunnel barely wider than the beam of the hull. Low-hanging branches scraped the canvas top of the console. Deacon ducked to avoid a tangle of Spanish moss. The primeval scent of the swamp shifted. A sharp, artificial tang cut through the sulfur and the rot, smelling like industrial floor cleaner and burnt plastic. Deacon recognized the chemical signature. He remembered the same abrasive odor clinging to the shredded invoices from the clinic dumpster. Gwen drove the pole deep into the muck, holding the skiff steady against the weak tidal current. "Look," she said. She pointed the dripping end of the pole toward the port side bank. Deacon stood up. The boat rocked, and his right ankle delivered a sharp protest. He ignored the ghost of Ty Cobb and moved to the gunwale. The gloom under the canopy hid the details, forcing his eyes to adjust. A steep embankment of dark earth rose from the waterline. A 6-inch PVC pipe protruded from the mud. The plastic tube looked alien against the natural chaos of the roots. A steady trickle of neon green liquid bled from the mouth of the pipe. A sickening, iridescent sheen coated the fluid. It pooled in a shallow depression before spilling over the mud and dissolving into the tidal creek. A chaotic swirl of unnatural colors spread across the surface of the water, creating a toxic rainbow. The surrounding vegetation told the real story of the discharge. The mangrove roots directly beneath the pipe lacked leaves. The bark looked bleached, brittle, and dead. The wood crumbled into the muck. A blue crab floated belly up near the discharge point. Raw, dissolved pitting covered its shell. The poison devoured everything in its path. Deacon unzipped his canvas duffel bag, pulling the heavy DSLR camera from the depths. He detached the plastic lens cap and shoved it into his pocket. "This connects to the clinic?" Deacon asked. He braced his elbows against the fiberglass rail and pressed his eye to the viewfinder. "Straight line," Gwen said, keeping her weight on the pole. "The strip mall sits on a limestone ridge just beyond that tree line. The original property developers buried a storm drain system decades ago. The county abandoned the project when the wetlands protections kicked in. The pipe sat empty for 30 years, until Thomas moved in." Deacon twisted the focus ring. The neon green sludge sharpened in the digital display. "Thomas cuts corners," Gwen said. "He runs a high-volume chemical lab out of a retail space. Proper disposal of medical and chemical waste costs a fortune. Hazardous material teams charge by the pound. He hijacks the abandoned drain network instead. He flushes his toxic byproducts down a basement floor drain, and gravity does the rest." The shutter clicked. The mechanical snap echoed across the still water. Deacon adjusted the zoom, framing the bleached, dying mangrove roots and capturing the dissolved crab shell. He needed an airtight visual record. He treats the estuary like a private toilet, Deacon said. He fired off a rapid burst of 5 photos. He builds a monster, Gwen corrected. The red tide algae thrives on the nitrogen and the chemical heat. The bloom starts out there in the Gulf, but this runoff feeds it. It acts like a steroid for the algae. The state inspectors never check these backwater creeks. They pull their samples from the main river channel, miles away. Deacon lowered the camera and checked the digital display on the back of the device. Perfect clarity defined the images. The neon sludge contrasted violently against the dark mud. The ledger fragments I pulled from his dumpster list massive purchases from a Tampa biolab, Deacon said. Synthetic peptides. He mixes the raw product, shoots it into the arms of kids like Jimmy Dalton, and flushes the rest. The kid gets a 98-mile-an-hour fastball for a few weeks, and the river gets the poison. You have the proof, Gwen said, catching herself before she could use a cliché. She pulled the pole from the mud. You have the photos and the paperwork. What happens next? You call the EPA. The regional EPA office takes 6 months to process a complaint, Deacon said. He zipped the camera back into the canvas bag. Thomas buries them in injunctions. He hires expensive lawyers to dispute the property lines. I need immediate leverage. I need a hammer. Your baseball bosses. Chicago hates bad publicity. Deacon sat back down on the cooler. A first-round draft pick tied to an ecological disaster creates a massive public relations nightmare. The corporate sponsors panic. The team voids the draft interest. I send my front office these photos. I outline the federal environmental violations. I attach the shredded clinic ledger. And the picture? Gwen asked, pushing the bow of the skiff away from the toxic bank. The kid loses the $1 million payday, Deacon said. The truth tasted bitter in his mouth. Miami backs off when Chicago flags the medical file and the federal crimes. Dalton goes broke. But he keeps his arm. The league blacklists the clinic. The money dries up, and Thomas goes out of business. Gwen turned the skiff around in the narrow channel. You save the pitcher's elbow. You save the river. You destroy a kid's dream in the process. The dream is a lie, Deacon said, rubbing his right ankle. Dalton bought a ticket to a surgical table. He refuses to see the scalpel. Sometimes you have to burn the fantasy down to save the man. The tide turns in 20 minutes, Gwen said. She stowed the push-pole in the deck clips. We get stuck on a mud flat in here. The mosquitoes drain our blood by sunset. Sit down and hold on. She turned the ignition key. The Yamaha roared back to life, shattering the primeval quiet. Blue smoke plumed from the exhaust. Gwen pushed the throttle, sending the skiff surging forward to retrace the path through the labyrinth. Deacon gripped the cooler. The environmental evidence rested in his bag, right next to the financial paperwork. The puzzle stood complete. He just needed to survive long enough to transmit the file to Chicago. Chapter 12. Sodium vapor street lamps buzzed high above the marina parking lot. The glowing fixtures cast a sickly orange wash across the cracked asphalt. Heat radiated from the blacktop, pushing the temperature up and baking the humidity into a suffocating blanket. The stench of the red tide drifted off the dark water of the basin, smelling of spoiled sulfur and dead marine life. Deacon walked away from the wooden docks. His right ankle throbbed a relentless, punishing rhythm. The excursion into the mangrove maze demanded a physical toll. He carried the heavy canvas duffel bag over his left shoulder. The digital camera rested inside, loaded with high-resolution images of Dr. Thomas's toxic legacy. He had the environmental leverage. He just needed a secure internet connection to send the file to Chicago. The rented Chevy Malibu sat in a lonely space near the edge of the gravel shoulder. Deacon dug the plastic key fob from his pocket. He pressed the trunk release button. The mechanical latch clicked in the quiet night. The trunk lid popped open an inch. He reached the rear bumper and shoved the metal lid all the way up. The dim trunk light illuminated the gray carpeted interior and the spare tire compartment. He unslung the canvas bag and dropped it into the trunk. A shadow shifted near the driver's side door. Deacon froze. His hand hovered over the edge of the open trunk lid. The ambient noise of the crickets faded. The hum of the street lamps sounded loud in his ears. He turned his head. Two men stood in the orange glare of the sodium lights. They bypassed the standard Florida uniform of cargo shorts and flip-flops. Both men wore dark jeans and tight black t-shirts. They carried thick, heavy muscle mass across their shoulders and chests. Cauliflower ears and flat noses suggested years spent in grappling rings and back-alley cages. Thomas bought expensive protection. The man on the left tapped a Louisville Slugger against his open palm. The ash wood made a dull, rhythmic thud against the calloused skin. "You take a lot of boat rides," the man with the bat said. His voice sounded like a shovel dragging across concrete. "I enjoy the scenery," Deacon said. He kept his hands visible. He measured the distance between the rear bumper and the driver's side door. 10 feet. Too far for a sprint. Ty Cobb's ghost guaranteed a failed escape on foot. "Dr. Thomas wants you gone," the man said. "Tell the doctor I check out tomorrow." Deacon shifted his weight onto his left leg, protecting the bad ankle. "I have a flight out of Southwest Florida International. He keeps his secrets. I keep my kneecaps." The second man laughed. The sound carried zero humor. "The doctor canceled your flight." The man with the bat stepped forward. He closed the distance in 2 massive strides. He brought the wood back over his right shoulder, winding up for a brutal, skull-crushing swing. Adrenaline flooded Deacon's system, turning the world sharp and cold. He threw his upper body backward, diving away from the arc of the weapon. The wooden bat sliced through the humid air a fraction of an inch from Deacon's nose. The momentum carried the heavy barrel past his face and straight into the driver's side window of the Malibu. Tempered safety glass exploded. A shower of tiny sharp cubes rained down on the asphalt. The sound of the shattering window echoed across the empty marina like a gunshot. The attacker grunted, thrown off balance by the follow-through. His cleats scraped against the broken glass. He wrenched the bat backward, preparing for a backhand swing to finish the job. Deacon scrambled toward the open trunk. Survival erased all rational thought. He ripped the flimsy gray carpet panel away from the spare tire well. His fingers scrambled over the cold metal tools. He bypassed the jack and grabbed the heavy cross-shaped steel lug wrench. He had a weapon. Deacon spun around. The bat came whistling toward his ribs. Deacon dropped to his left knee. The wood sailed over his head, grazing the fabric of his polo shirt. He gripped the center of the steel tire iron with both hands. He drove the heavy metal cross forward with every ounce of strength in his shoulders. He aimed low. The steel connected with the attacker's right kneecap. The impact sent a shockwave up Deacon's arms. A wet, terrifying crack severed the quiet night. The cartilage and bone surrendered to the raw physics of the steel wrench. The man dropped the baseball bat. He let out a high, reedy scream. He collapsed onto the asphalt, clutching his ruined leg. Deacon tried to stand. The second man hit him like a runaway freight train. 250 pounds of raw muscle slammed into Deacon's chest. The air left his lungs in a violent rush. He lost his grip on the tire iron. The metal clattered across the pavement. Both men crashed onto the hard, unforgiving blacktop. Deacon hit the ground hard. The back of his skull bounced against the asphalt. White flashes of light exploded behind his eyes. The attacker scrambled into a dominant mount. The man pinned Deacon's left arm with a heavy knee. A massive fist came down, crashing into Deacon's cheekbone. Skin split. The metallic taste of blood flooded Deacon's mouth. Another punch clipped his jaw. His vision blurred. The orange street lamps smeared into long, jagged streaks of light. The man smelled of cheap peppermint gum and stale sweat. "You die tonight," the man hissed. He wrapped two thick hands around Deacon's throat. The fingers squeezed. The pressure crushed Deacon's windpipe. Panic flared in his chest. His lungs burned for oxygen. The primal instinct to breathe overpowered the concussion. He kicked his right leg, but the fused ankle offered zero leverage. He thrashed his hips against the pavement. The massive attacker absorbed the movement without shifting an inch. The edges of Deacon's vision turned black. He stopped fighting the chokehold. He let his right arm fall slack for a split second, feigning unconsciousness. The attacker adjusted his grip, leaning closer to watch the life fade. Deacon snapped his right hand upward. He drove his thumb and index finger straight into the attacker's eyes. He dug his nails deep into the soft, yielding tissue, applying brutal, desperate pressure. The man roared in agony. He released Deacon's throat. He tore his hands away from the chokehold and grabbed his own face. Deacon sucked in a ragged, desperate breath. Air rushed back into his lungs, burning his bruised windpipe. He bucked his hips, using the man's sudden blindness to break the mount. He shoved the attacker sideways. The man rolled off, clutching his bleeding eyes, screaming curses into the muggy night. Deacon rolled onto his stomach. He clawed at the asphalt, dragging his bruised body toward the side of the Malibu. He grabbed the door handle. He pulled himself up. His bad ankle screamed, demanding surrender. He ignored the pain. Ty Cobb's ghost had to wait. He opened the door. Broken glass crunched under his boots. Tiny shards of safety window covered the driver's seat. He swept them away with a bloody hand. He threw his body into the cabin and slammed the door shut. He reached across the steering column and jammed the key into the ignition. The engine cranked and caught. The dashboard illuminated, casting a blue glow over his torn shirt and bleeding hands. He reached for the gear shift. A heavy thud rocked the trunk. The first man, the one with the shattered knee, dragged himself up the rear bumper. The guy possessed a terrifying pain tolerance. He slammed a heavy fist against the rear window. Deacon shoved the transmission into drive. He stomped on the accelerator. The tires shrieked against the gravel and glass. The Malibu surged forward. The sudden momentum threw the injured attacker off the trunk lid. The man tumbled backward onto the asphalt in the rearview mirror. Deacon steered the sedan toward the marina exit. Wind whipped through the shattered driver's side window, howling in his ears. The warm air did nothing to stop the violent tremors shaking his hands. He merged onto the main highway. He kept the accelerator pinned. He checked the rearview mirror every 10 seconds, watching for trailing headlights. The road remained empty. The cartel muscle stayed behind in the dirt. Blood dripped from his scraped knuckles. A deep ache settled into his ribs. His throat burned with every breath. He drove aimlessly for 10 minutes, putting miles between the rental car and the docks. He needed ice. He needed a secure room. He had the photos of the toxic discharge in the trunk, and he had a bruised, battered body in the front seat. Thomas escalated the game. The doctor traded intimidation for attempted murder. Deacon wiped the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand. He steered the ruined car toward the neon glow of his cheap motel, ready to count the cost of his half-assed detective work. Chapter 13. A plastic ice machine bag rested against Deacon's swollen cheekbone. The frozen cubes shifted with a harsh crackle, melting against his feverish skin. Freezing water dripped down his neck, soaking the collar of his ruined polo shirt. The cheap motel air conditioner rattled beneath the window, blowing a meager, lukewarm breeze across the stained carpet. The room smelled of ozone, stale cigarette smoke, and industrial bleach. He sat on the edge of the sagging mattress. The right side of his face throbbed with a heavy, relentless rhythm. The cartel muscle packed a concrete punch. The massive fist left a landscape of damage behind. Deacon lowered the plastic bag. He stared at his reflection in the mirrored closet door across the room. Skin split over his left cheekbone, held together by dried blood and sheer stubbornness. Dark, mottled purple bruising crawled down his jawline, disappearing into his collar. A jagged red scratch marked his throat where thick fingers attempted to crush his windpipe. He survived the marina parking lot, but the toll demanded immediate payment. Ty Cobb's ghost hammered a rusted railroad spike deep into the scar tissue of his right ankle. A heavy knock rattled the wooden door. Deacon froze. The ambient hum of the compressor faded into the background. He dropped the ice bag onto the faded bedspread. He reached down and grabbed the steel lug wrench from the floor. The metal felt heavy and familiar in his grip. He stood up, favoring his shattered ankle, and limped toward the entrance. He pressed his good eye to the peephole. Henderson stood in the breezeway. The retired umpire wore a faded Tommy Bahama shirt and held a brown paper grocery bag. Deacon unlocked the deadbolt and pulled the door open. He kept the heavy tire iron hidden behind his right leg. Henderson stepped into the room. He took one look at Deacon's face and stopped dead in his tracks. The older man scanned the bruised jaw, the split skin, and the dirt ground into the khaki pants. "You look like garbage," Henderson said. His voice carried the rough texture of a gravel driveway. "Thomas sent the welcoming committee," Deacon said. He tossed the lug wrench onto the laminate dresser. The heavy steel clattered against the faux wood. He walked back to the bed and retrieved the melting ice pack. Henderson closed the door and locked the deadbolt. He walked to the small circular table in the corner, set the paper bag down, and pulled out a bottle of Maker's Mark. "I figured you needed a painkiller. I didn't realize you needed a trauma ward." "I broke a knee," Deacon said. He pressed the cold plastic against his face. "They cornered me at the marina. Smashed the window of the rental car. I caught one with the wrench. The other one tried to choke me out." "You gouged his eyes," Henderson noted. He pointed a thick finger at the dried blood caked under Deacon's fingernails. "Survival requires flexibility." Henderson found 2 plastic cups in the bathroom. He peeled the protective cellophane wrap away and returned to the table. He poured 2 generous measures of the amber liquid. He handed 1 cup to Deacon. "It requires a gun," Henderson countered. He took a seat in the only armchair. The floral upholstery groaned under his bulk. "You dig around in the dark, you find snakes. Next time, they bring firearms. Thomas protects a gold mine. He refuses to let a baseball scout shut him down." Deacon took a sip of the bourbon. The alcohol burned a welcome trail down his throat, cutting through the metallic taste of blood in his mouth. The heat of the liquor radiated outward, offering a temporary shield against the deep tissue aches. "You found the dumping site," Henderson said. He rested his cup on his knee. "Yeah. Gwen showed me." Deacon pulled the ice pack away. The raw skin throbbed with the sudden temperature change. A PVC pipe empties straight into the mangrove roots behind the strip mall. The vegetation is dead. The crabs dissolve in the runoff. The liquid looks like a neon nightmare. It smells like burnt plastic. And you tie that to the doctor. The timeline fits. The location fits. Deacon limped to the desk. He grabbed the yellow legal pad. He brought it back to the bed and sat down. "Thomas tests illegal steroids on desperate kids. He charges them a fortune. He builds their velocity, spikes their muscle mass, and ignores the bone degradation. Then he dumps the toxic byproducts in the Gulf to avoid EPA tracking. Dalton is the prime exhibit. Henderson took a long pull from his plastic cup. He stared at the peeling wallpaper. You have a theory. You lack proof. I have photographs of the pipe. I have the shredded Apex Biolabs invoices from his dumpster. Chicago cares about radar numbers, Henderson said. Fletcher wants the kid cleared. He wants the 98-mile-per-hour fastball. You send him pictures of dead crabs, he laughs in your face. You send the EPA photos of a pipe. They launch a 3-year committee investigation. By the time they issue a fine, Dalton is crippled, and Thomas operates under a new LLC in Tampa. Deacon knew the truth of those words. The corporate machine demanded absolute, undeniable catastrophe before it changed course. The environmental agencies moved at the speed of a dying glacier. The clock ticked down on Dalton's arm. Miami hovered over the carcass, ready to slide a $1 million contract across the kitchen table. The kid pitches again tomorrow night, Deacon said. He rubbed his right knee, seeking relief from the sympathetic pain. I saw his mechanics. His elbow is a frayed thread. He throws with 0 leg drive. All the torque lands on the ulnar collateral ligament. He throws another 100 pitches, the tendon snaps. The bone shears under the stress. You can't save a kid who wants to drown, Henderson said. I can drain the pool. Henderson sighed. He poured another splash of bourbon into his cup. You need a smoking gun. Deacon nodded. The cold plastic of the ice bag burned his fingers. He shifted it to his left hand. The shredded invoices point to the supplier. The photos point to the environmental damage. I need the connective tissue. I need the master ledger. The black book. Thomas tracks the cash. He tracks the patient files. He logs the chemical shipments and the disposal dates. A guy like that tracks every dime. He keeps a physical record of his empire. And you think this ledger sits on the reception desk at the clinic? I think he keeps it close, Deacon said. I rattled his cage at the diner this morning. I pressed his nurse about the chemical formula. He knows I am looking. He sent the muscle to end the problem. He feels the heat. Henderson leaned forward. You push a desperate man, he makes mistakes. Or he kills you. I need that book, Hendy. I get the book. I send copies to the league office, the local news, and the feds. The walls close in all at once. Chicago backs away from the PR nightmare. Miami voids the contract offer. Thomas goes to prison. A beautiful fantasy, Henderson said. How do you plan to acquire this book? Ask nicely. I play the corporate angle. I make him an offer he can't refuse. You lack the authority to buy a medical clinic. Thomas doesn't know that. He sees the silver credit card. He sees the Chicago logo. He sees a $1 billion sports franchise. Greed is his defining trait. I dangle a massive payday in front of him. I get inside the room. I find the book. Henderson shook his head. You step back into the ring with a guy who just tried to beat you to death with a baseball bat. I survive, Deacon said. He pressed the ice back against his swollen eye. Ty Cobb's ghost tells a different story. Henderson pointed at Deacon's bad leg. You limp worse than a 3-legged dog. Your face looks like raw hamburger. You go back there, you end up in the trunk of that Ford Expedition. The air conditioner kicked off. Silence filled the small room, thick and heavy. The faint wail of a police siren drifted from the highway, a lonely sound in the Florida heat. Deacon stared at the amber liquid in his cup. The kid bought a lie, Hendy. He bought a ticket to a surgical table Because the machine demands velocity. Thomas exploits that hunger. I refuse to file a clean medical report and watch a 21-year-old destroy his life for a corporate spreadsheet. You carry too much weight, Henderson said. He stood up. The chair squeaked in protest. You evaluate talent. You don't play savior. I do what I have to do. Henderson walked to the door. He paused with his hand on the brass knob. I checked the schedule. The Pelican Bay Country Club. Thomas drinks a martini there every afternoon. High-end lounge. Lots of witnesses. You want to make a pitch, do it in public. The cartel muscle stays in the parking lot. Pelican Bay, Deacon repeated. The name sounded expensive. Buy a new shirt, Henderson said. You bleed through that one. And Diak. Yeah. Keep the tire iron handy. Henderson opened the door and stepped out into the muggy night. The latch clicked shut, leaving Deacon alone in the quiet room. The ice melted in the bag, dripping cold water onto his knuckles. The pain in his face settled into a deep, throbbing ache. He finished the bourbon. The liquor provided a temporary shield against the physical toll, but it offered zero solutions for the ticking clock. He looked at his laptop sitting on the desk. The blank screen waited for the scouting report on Jimmy Dalton. Fletcher expected a glowing recommendation by Tuesday morning. The corporate gears demanded blood. Deacon closed his eyes. The image of the green toxic sludge leaking into the estuary burned in his mind. The terrifying sound of the baseball bat shattering the Malibu's window echoed in his ears. Thomas escalated the game to violence. The doctor protected a lucrative, illegal empire, and he employed men willing to kill to maintain the secret. Tomorrow, Deacon needed to put the suit back on. He needed to walk into the country club and play the role of the ruthless corporate buyer. He needed to find the ledger and burn the empire to the ground. Chapter 14. Morning sunlight battered the gaps in the motel blinds, cutting bright lines across the stained carpet. The cracked bathroom mirror reflected a disaster. A mottled purple bruise clouded Deacon's left cheekbone. Dried blood crusted the split in his lower lip. He turned his head, inspecting the swelling along his jawline from the parking lot brawl. The tire iron had saved his life, but the cartilage in his ribs felt like shattered glass with every breath. He ran hot water over a frayed washcloth. Steam plumed from the basin. He pressed the damp cotton against the cuts, ignoring the sharp sting. Ty Cobb's ghost drove a rusty spike into his right ankle. The familiar ache radiated up his calf, demanding pills he refused to take. He needed a clear head for the bluff. The corporate armor hung in a plastic dry cleaning bag on the shower rod. Deacon pulled the charcoal wool trousers off the hanger. Stiff fabric dragged against his bruised legs. He slid his arms into a crisp white dress shirt. The starched collar bit into his neck. He fastened a dark blue silk tie, pulling the knot tight against his throat. He shrugged into the tailored jacket. Chicago front office money bought excellent tailoring, and the cut hid the worst of his posture. He checked his breast pocket. The silver corporate expense card sat warm against the lining. He left the bruised, battered scout in the bathroom. The ruthless talent evaluator walked out the door. The rental sedan smelled of ozone and stale floor mats. Deacon guided the car out of the motel lot and onto the Tamiami Trail. Sprawling strip malls and neon pawnshop signs surrendered to stucco privacy walls and manicured lawns. The brutal Florida heat punished the asphalt, but the car's air conditioning blasted freezing air against his chest. He turned the steering wheel, easing the sedan toward the wrought iron gates of the Pelican Bay Country Club. Royal palms lined the smooth blacktop driveway. A security guard, in a crisp uniform, stepped out of an air-conditioned booth. Deacon flashed the silver card through the open window. The guard nodded, raising the barricade without a word. Corporate plastic possessed a universal language in this town. A valet in a pristine white polo shirt approached the vehicle in the circular drop-off zone. Deacon handed over the keys. The kid flashed a rehearsed smile, his eyes darting for a fraction of a second to the purple bruising on Deacon's face. Deacon offered no explanation. He turned and walked up the wide limestone steps. The clubhouse lobby smelled of lemon polish, expensive leather, and old money. Heavy air conditioning chilled the massive room to a sterile perfection. Framed photographs of golf legends lined the oak-paneled walls. Deacon ignored the receptionist. His leather soles clicked a steady, hard rhythm against the marble floor. Henderson's barroom intel mapped out the doctor's routine flawlessly. Thomas ate breakfast here on Thursdays, far away from the stink of the clinic and the mangrove swamps. Glass doors opened to a sprawling dining terrace overlooking the 18th green. Sprinklers hissed over the fairway water hazard, casting rainbows in the morning mist. A massive green awning blocked the punishing sun, bathing the wrought iron tables in cool shade. Waiters in black vests drifted between the tables, carrying silver coffee pots. Deacon scanned the terrace. Dr. Arthur Thomas sat alone near the edge of the patio, framed by the emerald expanse of the golf course. The doctor wore a beige linen suit. A heavy silver watch gleamed on his left wrist. A half-eaten grapefruit and a cup of black coffee sat on the white tablecloth. Thomas picked up a tablet, reading a screen through wire-rimmed glasses. Pain spiked in Deacon's ankle with every step. He forced a smooth, arrogant stride, burying the limp behind years of practiced deception. He reached the edge of the terrace and pulled out the chair opposite Thomas. The metal legs scraped the stone tiles with a loud, grating screech. Thomas lowered his tablet. Cold blue eyes locked onto Deacon's face. The doctor catalogued the bruised cheekbone, the split lip, the stiff posture. A small, tight smile formed on his mouth. "This table requires a reservation," Thomas said. Deacon rested his forearms on the table. The movement sent a jolt of fire through his bruised ribs. "I hate eating alone. Makes me think about work. You need a membership to dine here, Mr. Deacon." Deacon reached inside his jacket. He produced the silver corporate card. He spun the plastic across the white linen. The card stopped against the coffee saucer. "Chicago pays for my breakfast, Doc. They pay for a lot of things. They sent me down here to evaluate assets." Thomas picked up the card. He inspected the embossed letters, turning the plastic over in his manicured fingers. He tossed it back across the table. "You look like a man who evaluated the wrong end of a baseball bat. I saw you at the clinic. Now you trespass at my club. I talk to everyone. I evaluate mechanics." A kid named Dalton added 10 miles per hour to his fastball. That kind of velocity jump demands an explanation. "Genetics," Thomas said. "Hard work. A dedicated physical therapy regimen." Deacon let out a short, harsh laugh. "You think I give a damn about physical therapy? I spent 2 years in the show. I know what a natural arm looks like. I know what a chemical arm looks like." Thomas steepled his fingers. The polite smile remained frozen in place. "You make reckless accusations." "I make observations," Deacon said. "And Chicago wants results. They want radar numbers. If you run a proprietary method, my bosses want a piece of the action. They love innovation." Thomas tilted his head. The smile vanished. The mask slipped, revealing the cold calculation beneath the surface. "You are pitching a partnership? A scout who asks too many questions and ends up bleeding in a parking lot?" "My front office doesn't care about my face," Deacon said. He kept his tone flat, bored. The goons failed to kill him. He needed to use that survival as leverage. They care about the commodity. You turn mediocre arms into million-dollar assets. You use a synthetic peptide. It accelerates tissue regeneration in the elbow ligaments. It allows the muscle to handle unnatural torque. Theoretical nonsense. We provide cutting-edge vitamin therapy. You provide a product, Deacon interrupted, and you charge a premium for it. You act as the kid's medical provider and his silent agent. You milk him for a signing bonus. Deacon leaned back in his chair. Chicago wants to buy the formula. Thomas picked up a silver spoon. He tapped the edge of his coffee cup. The metallic clink cut through the hum of the country club. You assume a great deal, Mr. Deacon. I assume nothing. I have the resources. Deacon tapped the silver card on the tablecloth. My bosses authorize 7-figure acquisitions for proprietary scouting tech. Your clinic fits the profile. But Chicago won't buy a blind pig in a poke. They need verification. Verification of what? The yield, Deacon said. The operating costs. The client list. I need to see the private ledger. The silver spoon stopped tapping. A muscle twitched in Thomas's jaw. The doctor stared out at the manicured golf course, weighing the proposition. The lure of corporate money warred against the instinct for self-preservation. You expect me to hand over internal financial documents, Thomas said, to a baseball scout. I expect you to act like a businessman, Deacon said. The parking lot guerrillas were a cute trick. But violence brings cops. Cops bring audits. Audits find the toxic runoff you pump into the mangrove swamps. Thomas tightened his grip on the coffee cup. You lack proof of any environmental indiscretions. Gwen took the water samples yesterday, Deacon lied, weaving the charter captain into the bluff. She mapped the chemical signature from the red tide straight to your clinic's drainage pipes. That makes it federal jurisdiction. The EPA loves making examples out of strip mall doctors. A charter boat captain and a washed-up scout, Thomas sneered. A pathetic coalition. A coalition holding a match over a powder keg, Deacon countered. Chicago offers a way out. We buy the clinic. We buy the peptide formula. We absorb the legal liability. You walk away with a massive payout and 0 federal indictments. Thomas stared at the silver card. Greed clouded the caution in his eyes. The offer sounded too perfect, too clean. The doctor thrived on exploiting desperation, and Deacon presented the ultimate desperate bailout. A buyout requires extensive due diligence, Thomas said. His voice lost the arrogant edge. That means I see the ledger, Deacon said. Tonight. No sanitized tax returns. I want the real numbers. The off-book payments. The chemical suppliers. The clinic is secure. The documents remain in my office. Deacon stood up. The pain in his ribs flared, stealing his breath. He masked the agony with a weary sigh. He retrieved his corporate card and slid it into his pocket. I evaluate Dalton under the lights tomorrow night. I need the ledger verified before the kid throws a pitch. If the numbers make sense, Chicago wires the earnest money by Monday. And if I refuse this generous offer, then I send the water samples to the EPA, and I watch the feds dismantle your life, Deacon said. Have the ledger on your desk at 9 o'clock tonight. Tell your guerrillas to take the evening off. I hate repeating myself. Deacon turned his back on the doctor. He walked across the terrace, maintaining the rigid, commanding posture. The adrenaline crash hit him halfway through the marble lobby. Cold sweat prickled his collar. The air conditioning froze the damp fabric against his skin. He pushed through the glass doors and stepped into the brutal humidity of the valet circle. The valet brought the rental sedan. Deacon climbed inside and shut the door. He rested his forehead against the steering wheel, letting out a ragged breath. The bluff worked. The hook sat deep in the doctor's jaw. Now, Deacon just had to survive the night to reel it in. Chapter 15. A digital heart monitor pulsed a steady green rhythm against the dark wall of the recovery room. The electronic hum blended with the hiss of forced air conditioning. Fort Myers Memorial Hospital operated as a fortress against the Florida swamp, exchanging the stench of the red tide for the harsh chemical scent of iodine and bleached cotton. Fluorescent panels in the ceiling cast a flat, shadowless glare across the sterile environment. Deacon sat in a molded plastic visitor's chair. The unforgiving material dug into his spine. He stretched his right leg out over the scuffed linoleum floor. Ty Cobb's ghost punished the fused bone in his ankle. The desperate sprint across the infield clay hours ago extracted a heavy toll. Deep aches radiated up his calf, demanding chemical relief he refused to seek. He required a clear head. Jimmy Dalton lay in the center of the mechanical hospital bed. The kid looked like a corpse waiting for a toe tag. Translucent, pale skin stretched tight over the sharp angles of his cheekbones. Dark, bruised shadows pooled beneath his closed eyes. A clear plastic tube ran under his nose, delivering a steady flow of oxygen. An IV needle pierced the blue vein on the back of his left hand, pumping a continuous drip of synthetic morphine into his bloodstream. A massive plaster cast encased Dalton's right arm. The white shell swallowed his shoulder, engulfing the bicep and the shattered elbow, terminating in a rigid bulge around his wrist. The hospital staff elevated the dead limb on a stack of blue foam wedges. The cast looked heavier than the kid. It represented the tomb of $1 million dream. Deacon stared at the plaster. He understood the architecture of that specific ruin. The orthopedic surgeon spent 4 hours in the operating theater, attempting to piece the shredded ulnar collateral ligament back together. The doctor drilled holes through the humerus and the ulna, weaving harvested tendon through the bone in a desperate figure-8 pattern. The torque of the 98-mile-per-hour fastball turned the original tissue into frayed confetti. Dalton stirred against the white sheets. A ragged gasp hitched in the kid's throat. His eyelids fluttered, fighting the heavy narcotic fog. He opened his eyes, staring blankly at the acoustic ceiling tiles. Confusion clouded his gaze for a long moment. Then the narcotic haze broke. Memory flooded his brain. Dalton tried to move his right arm. The heavy plaster refused to budge. Panic spiked the green line on the heart monitor. The machine beeped a frantic, elevated warning. Dalton wrenched his neck, staring at the massive white monolith propped on the foam wedges. "My arm," Dalton whispered. His voice cracked, dry and brittle. "My arm is gone." Deacon leaned forward in the plastic chair. He rested his forearms on his knees. The surgeon saved the limb. He patched the artery and reattached the nerve. "You get to keep the hand." Dalton swallowed hard. He squeezed his eyes shut. "I heard a pop. It sounded like a gunshot inside my head." "The ligament snapped," Deacon said. He kept his tone flat, offering zero false comfort. "The bone sheared under the stress. You pushed the joint past the limits of human anatomy." "Miami." Dalton choked on the word. A single tear escaped the corner of his eye, cutting a track across his pale cheek. The crosschecker sat in the third row. "He brought a contract." "Miami drafts baseball players," Deacon said. "They pass on science experiments." Gaines packed his radar gun and walked out of the stadium before the ambulance even reached the mound. The deal died on the dirt. A raw, ragged sob tore from Dalton's throat. The sound lacked all pride. It echoed off the sterile walls, full of grief and absolute defeat. He squeezed his left hand into a tight fist, bunching the crisp white bedsheet. "I tried to tell you," Deacon said. I threw strikes, Dalton cried. I threw fire. You threw glass. Thomas sold you a defective product. Dalton opened his eyes. The panic faded, replaced by a deep, hollow despair. He stared at the humming fluorescent lights. The reality of his situation settled over the bed like a heavy wool blanket. The minor league bus rides, the roaring crowds, the signing bonus, the entire fantasy evaporated into the chilled hospital air. He faced a lifetime of chronic pain and limited mobility. He promised the big leagues, Dalton whispered. Corporate machines run on broken promises, Deacon said. He rubbed his aching jawline. Thomas ran a business. He identified desperate kids with mediocre fastballs. He offered a miracle. You bought the ticket. The injections burned. Deacon stopped rubbing his jaw. He locked his focus on the kid's face. The shoe-leather detective work finally yielded a confession. Talk to me about the shots, Jimmy. Every Tuesday, Dalton said. The morphine slurred the edges of his words. I went to the clinic after closing time. The nurse locked the doors. Thomas took me into the back room. The room smelled like bleach and burnt plastic. Deacon recognized the description. The burnt plastic odor matched the toxic discharge polluting the mangrove roots. He used a thick needle, Dalton continued. He drove it right into the hinge of the elbow. The liquid felt like liquid nitrogen. It froze the joint, then the fire started. The muscle twitched for hours afterward. But the next morning, the ball exploded out of my hand. He spiked your tissue regeneration. He fed you synthetic peptides. Dalton turned his head against the pillow. He looked at Deacon. The hostility from the stadium parking lot vanished. The kid looked like a frightened child. I owe him money, Dalton said. You owe him a percentage of the signing bonus. I signed a contract. Dalton coughed, a weak rattling sound. I put my mother's house up for collateral. He covered the cost of the treatments. He said the Miami bonus covered the debt 100 times over. He takes the house, Deacon. He takes everything. Anger flared in Deacon's chest, hot and bright. Thomas built a flawless trap. The doctor poisoned the kids, ruined their bodies, and engineered their financial ruin in the process. The cartel muscle in the alleyway protected a lucrative, predatory empire. He takes nothing, Deacon said. He goes to federal prison. You need proof. I have photos of his illegal dumping site. I have shredded invoices from a Tampa biolab. Deacon stood up from the plastic chair. His bad ankle protested the sudden movement. I need the name of the drug. I need the physical formula. I attach the chemical compound to the environmental damage. The feds tear his clinic apart brick by brick. Dalton stared at his ruined arm. He lifted his left hand and traced the rough edge of the plaster cast. He understood the transaction. He traded his silence for revenge. My gym bag, Dalton said. Deacon turned around. The paramedics dumped Dalton's personal effects in the corner of the room. A battered canvas duffel bag slumped against the baseboard, smelling of stale sweat, pine tar, and Florida dirt. He gave me a dose to take home, Dalton whispered. For the pain, after the showcase. He said it cooled the hinge down. Where? Deacon asked. Blue vial. Bottom pocket. Deacon crossed the linoleum floor. He dropped to one knee, ignoring the spike of pain in his right leg. He grabbed the heavy canvas bag. The fabric felt stiff with dried mud. He found a small, hidden zipper compartment near the reinforced base of the bag. He pulled the zipper tab. The metal teeth parted. He reached inside the dark pocket. His fingers brushed against a crinkled plastic sandwich bag. He pulled the plastic out into the harsh fluorescent light. A small, thick glass vial rested inside the Ziploc bag. Deacon held the plastic up. A viscous, bright blue liquid sloshed against the glass. A white pharmacy label wrapped around the center of the vial. The label lacked a standard prescription number or a patient name. It featured a complex string of alphanumeric characters and a barcode. Apex Peptide, Variant 7. Deacon stared at the label. The letters matched the shredded invoices from the clinic dumpster perfectly. Thomas possessed ultimate arrogance. The doctor distributed the illegal, experimental compound in the original manufacturer packaging. He never expected a broke minor league prospect to question the source of the miracle. Deacon slipped the Ziploc bag into the inside pocket of his charcoal suit jacket. The glass vial felt heavy against his ribs. He possessed the smoking gun. He possessed the physical link between the shredded financial ledger, the toxic dumping in the estuary, and the shattered bone inside the plaster cast. "I have it," Deacon said. He stood up and walked back to the hospital bed. Dalton closed his eyes. The heart monitor continued its steady, indifferent rhythm. The narcotic drip pulled the kid back toward sleep, offering an escape from the ruined reality of his arm and his mother's mortgage. "Burn him?" Dalton mumbled. "I plan to strike the match," Deacon said. He turned his back on the hospital bed. He walked out of the recovery room, pushing through the heavy wooden door. The hallway smelled of floor wax and cafeteria coffee. Nurses in teal scrubs hurried past, pushing metal supply carts. The corporate machine chewed Dalton up and spat the pieces onto a surgical table. Deacon reached into his breast pocket and touched the glass vial through the suit fabric. The shoe leather detective work reached its final stage. He needed the physical ledger to nail the coffin shut. He needed the master record from the clinic. He walked toward the elevator bank. The digital numbers above the metal doors glowed red. He pressed the down button. Tomorrow night, under the cover of darkness, he planned to break a few laws to finish the job. Chapter 16. A digital heart monitor pulsed a steady green rhythm against the dark wall of the recovery room. The electronic hum blended with the hiss of forced air conditioning. Fort Myers Memorial Hospital operated as a fortress against the Florida swamp, exchanging the stench of the red tide for the harsh chemical scent of iodine and bleached cotton. Fluorescent panels in the ceiling cast a flat, shadowless glare across the sterile environment. Deacon sat in a molded plastic visitor's chair. The unforgiving material dug into his spine. He stretched his right leg out over the scuffed linoleum floor. Ty Cobb's ghost punished the fused bone in his ankle. The desperate sprint across the infield clay hours ago extracted a heavy toll. Deep aches radiated up his calf, demanding chemical relief he refused to seek. He required a clear head. Jimmy Dalton lay in the center of the mechanical hospital bed. The kid looked like a corpse waiting for a toe tag. Translucent, pale skin stretched tight over the sharp angles of his cheekbones. Dark, bruised shadows pooled beneath his closed eyes. A clear plastic tube ran under his nose, delivering a steady flow of oxygen. An IV needle pierced the blue vein on the back of his left hand, pumping a continuous drip of synthetic morphine into his bloodstream. A massive plaster cast encased Dalton's right arm. The white shell swallowed his shoulder, engulfing the bicep and the shattered elbow, terminating in a rigid bulge around his wrist. The hospital staff elevated the dead limb on a stack of blue foam wedges. The cast looked heavier than the kid. It represented the tomb of $1 million dream. Deacon stared at the plaster. He understood the architecture of that specific ruin. The orthopedic surgeon spent 4 hours in the operating theater, attempting to piece the shredded ulnar collateral ligament back together. The doctor drilled holes through the humerus and the ulna, weaving harvested tendon through the bone in a desperate figure-8 pattern. The torque of the 98-mile-per-hour fastball turned the original tissue into frayed confetti. Dalton stirred against the white sheets. A ragged gasp hitched in the kid's throat. His eyelids fluttered, fighting the heavy narcotic fog. He opened his eyes, staring blankly at the acoustic ceiling tiles. Confusion clouded his gaze for a long moment. Then the narcotic haze broke. Memory flooded his brain. Dalton tried to move his right arm. The heavy plaster refused to budge. Panic spiked the green line on the heart monitor. The machine beeped a frantic, elevated warning. Dalton wrenched his neck, staring at the massive white monolith, propped on the foam wedges. "My arm," Dalton whispered. His voice cracked, dry and brittle. "My arm is gone." Deacon leaned forward in the plastic chair. He rested his forearms on his knees. The surgeon saved the limb. He patched the artery and reattached the nerve. "You get to keep the hand." Dalton swallowed hard. He squeezed his eyes shut. I heard a pop. It sounded like a gunshot inside my head. "The ligament snapped," Deacon said. He kept his tone flat, offering zero false comfort. "The bone sheared under the stress. You pushed the joint past the limits of human anatomy." "Miami." Dalton choked on the word. A single tear escaped the corner of his eye, cutting a track across his pale cheek. The crosschecker sat in the third row. He brought a contract. "Miami drafts baseball players," Deacon said. "They pass on science experiments." Gaines packed his radar gun and walked out of the stadium before the ambulance even reached the mound. The deal died on the dirt. A raw, ragged sob tore from Dalton's throat. The sound lacked all pride. It echoed off the sterile walls, full of grief and absolute defeat. He squeezed his left hand into a tight fist, bunching the crisp white bedsheet. "I tried to tell you," Deacon said. "I threw strikes," Dalton cried. "I threw fire. You threw glass. Thomas sold you a defective product." Dalton opened his eyes. The panic faded, replaced by a deep, hollow despair. He stared at the humming fluorescent lights. The reality of his situation settled over the bed like a heavy wool blanket. The minor league bus rides, the roaring crowds, the signing bonus, the entire fantasy evaporated into the chilled hospital air. He faced a lifetime of chronic pain and limited mobility. "He promised the big leagues," Dalton whispered. "Corporate machines run on broken promises," Deacon said. He rubbed his aching jawline. "Thomas ran a business. He identified desperate kids with mediocre fastballs. He offered a miracle. You bought the ticket." The injections burned. Deacon stopped rubbing his jaw. He locked his focus on the kid's face. The shoe leather detective work finally yielded a confession. "Talk to me about the shots, Jimmy." "Every Tuesday," Dalton said. The morphine slurred the edges of his words. "I went to the clinic after closing time. The nurse locked the doors. Thomas took me into the back room. The room smelled like bleach and burnt plastic." Deacon recognized the description. The burnt plastic odor matched the toxic discharge polluting the mangrove roots. "He used a thick needle," Dalton continued. "He drove it right into the hinge of the elbow. The liquid felt like liquid nitrogen. It froze the joint, then the fire started. The muscle twitched for hours afterward. But the next morning, the ball exploded out of my hand. He spiked your tissue regeneration. He fed you synthetic peptides." Dalton turned his head against the pillow. He looked at Deacon. The hostility from the stadium parking lot vanished. The kid looked like a frightened child. "I owe him money," Dalton said. "You owe him a percentage of the signing bonus." "I signed a contract." Dalton coughed, a weak rattling sound. "I put my mother's house up for collateral." He covered the cost of the treatments. He said the Miami bonus covered the debt 100 times over. "He takes the house, Deacon. He takes everything." Anger flared in Deacon's chest, hot and bright. Thomas built a flawless trap. The doctor poisoned the kids, ruined their bodies, and engineered their financial ruin in the process. The cartel muscle in the alleyway protected a lucrative, predatory empire. He takes nothing, Deacon said. He goes to federal prison. You need proof. I have photos of his illegal dumping site. I have shredded invoices from a Tampa biolab. Deacon stood up from the plastic chair. His bad ankle protested the sudden movement. I need the name of the drug. I need the physical formula. I attach the chemical compound to the environmental damage. The feds tear his clinic apart brick by brick. Dalton stared at his ruined arm. He lifted his left hand and traced the rough edge of the plaster cast. He understood the transaction. He traded his silence for revenge. My gym bag, Dalton said. Deacon turned around. The paramedics dumped Dalton's personal effects in the corner of the room. A battered canvas duffel bag slumped against the baseboard, smelling of stale sweat, pine tar, and Florida dirt. He gave me a dose to take home, Dalton whispered. For the pain, after the showcase. He said it cooled the hinge down. Where? Deacon asked. Blue vial. Bottom pocket. Deacon crossed the linoleum floor. He dropped to one knee, ignoring the spike of pain in his right leg. He grabbed the heavy canvas bag. The fabric felt stiff with dried mud. He found a small, hidden zipper compartment near the reinforced base of the bag. He pulled the zipper tab. The metal teeth parted. He reached inside the dark pocket. His fingers brushed against a crinkled plastic sandwich bag. He pulled the plastic out into the harsh fluorescent light. A small, thick glass vial rested inside the Ziploc bag. Deacon held the plastic up. A viscous, bright blue liquid sloshed against the glass. A white pharmacy label wrapped around the center of the vial. The label lacked a standard prescription number or a patient name. It featured a complex string of alphanumeric characters and a barcode. Apex peptide, variant 7. Deacon stared at the label. The letters matched the shredded invoices from the clinic dumpster perfectly. Thomas possessed ultimate arrogance. The doctor distributed the illegal, experimental compound in the original manufacturer packaging. He never expected a broke minor league prospect to question the source of the miracle. Deacon slipped the Ziploc bag into the inside pocket of his charcoal suit jacket. The glass vial felt heavy against his ribs. He possessed the smoking gun. He possessed the physical link between the shredded financial ledger, the toxic dumping in the estuary, and the shattered bone inside the plaster cast. I have it, Deacon said. He stood up and walked back to the hospital bed. Dalton closed his eyes. The heart monitor continued its steady, indifferent rhythm. The narcotic drip pulled the kid back toward sleep, offering an escape from the ruined reality of his arm and his mother's mortgage. Burn him? Dalton mumbled. I plan to strike the match, Deacon said. He turned his back on the hospital bed. He walked out of the recovery room, pushing through the heavy wooden door. The hallway smelled of floor wax and cafeteria coffee. Nurses in teal scrubs hurried past, pushing metal supply carts. The corporate machine chewed Dalton up and spat the pieces onto a surgical table. Deacon reached into his breast pocket and touched the glass vial through the suit fabric. The shoe leather detective work reached its final stage. He needed the physical ledger to nail the coffin shut. He needed the master record from the clinic. He walked toward the elevator bank. The digital numbers above the metal doors glowed red. He pressed the down button. Tomorrow night, under the cover of darkness, he planned to break a few laws to finish the job. Chapter 17. Midnight heat smothered the Fort Myers strip mall in a suffocating blanket. Crickets shrieked in the overgrown drainage ditch behind the Gulf Wellness Clinic. The stagnant water smelled of sulfur, rotting vegetation, and dead fish. Deacon leaned against the stucco exterior wall, fighting a wave of nausea. The bruised ribs from the parking lot brawl throbbed with every breath. Ty Cobb's ghost hammered a rusted spike into the center of his right ankle. He shifted his weight, trying to relieve the pressure on the ruined joint. Sweat stung his eyes. He wiped his forehead with the back of his hand. Dalton lay in a sterile hospital room across town, his arm wrapped in thick plaster. The kid's baseball career died on the mound before his 22nd birthday. The memory of Dalton's tears fueled Deacon's exhaustion. He hated the corporate machine, but he despised the leeches who fed desperate boys into the gears. Gwen stood by the rear steel service door. She held a flat, forged steel pry bar. The crowbar caught the faint amber glow of a distant street lamp. She wedged the metal wedge between the steel door frame and the heavy industrial door. "This requires leverage," Gwen whispered. "I hate leverage," Deacon said. "I spend all day leveraging draft picks for a heartless front office. Just pop the lock. You want to break a commercial deadbolt? Come over here and use your bad leg. You weigh 200 pounds. I'll watch the perimeter. You built the maritime muscles hauling anchor chains. Do the manual labor." Gwen snorted. She threw her entire body weight against the steel bar. Metal shrieked against metal. The terrible sound tore through the humid night air. Deacon winced. He scanned the empty alley. Shadows clung to the overflowing green dumpsters. The stench of rotting medical waste thickened the air, a grim reminder of his dive into the trash 2 nights prior. The deadbolt snapped with a loud, violent crack. The heavy steel door swung open. A wave of chilled, sterile air rolled over the threshold. It smelled of antiseptic chemicals and artificial lemon bleach, a sharp contrast to the swamp rot in the alley. Deacon stepped into the darkness. His leather shoes scuffed the polished linoleum floor. Gwen followed, pulling the heavy door shut. The metal latch clicked into place, sealing them inside. Total blackness consumed the rear hallway. Gwen ignited a small tactical flashlight. A tight circle of blinding white illumination swept across the corridor. The beam caught framed anatomical posters and locked wooden supply closets. Deacon retrieved a slim penlight from his jacket pocket. He aimed the narrow beam at the floor, guiding his damaged ankle over the pristine white tiles. "We need the main office," Deacon said. "Thomas keeps the good stuff under lock and key," Gwen said. "He doesn't leave financial treason sitting on the receptionist's desk." They moved down the hall. The air conditioning vents hissed in the drop ceiling above them, pumping frigid air into the empty medical facility. The cold air sank into Deacon's bruised jaw, aggravating the swelling. He ignored the ache. They passed a row of examination rooms. Stainless steel sinks gleamed in the passing flashlight beams. Supple leather examination tables sat empty in the darkness. The walls displayed soothing pastel colors. Abstract paintings hung in expensive silver frames. The entire facade projected health and wellness, masking the butcher shop reality underneath. The sterile rooms waited for the next desperate kid chasing a major league dream. "Dalton told me about the Tuesday appointments," Deacon said. His voice dropped to a rough whisper. "The kid gave me the whole schedule." The pitcher with the snapped elbow. "Yeah. Thomas brought the premium prospects through this rear entrance. Special treatments. Blue vials. He shot them full of experimental peptides and charged them a fortune." Deacon patted his jacket pocket. The small glass vial from Dalton's gym bag sat heavy against his chest. "I have the chemical sample. Now I need the paper trail. Chicago demands a complete ledger before they authorize any corporate buyout. Thomas promised me a look at breakfast. I prefer an unsupervised audit. I want to see the real numbers before he sanitizes the books." They reached the end of the long corridor. A heavy oak door stood closed, blocking their path. A polished brass nameplate caught the flashlight beam. Dr. Arthur Thomas, Chief Medical Director. Gwen grabbed the brass knob. The lock held the heavy wood in place. "Give me room," Gwen said. She wedged the pry bar into the narrow gap between the door and the frame. "Don't wreck the woodwork," Deacon said. "We want this to look like a standard corporate inspection, not a desperate smash and grab. You shattered a man's knee with a tire iron in that parking lot. We left the corporate inspection phase behind." Gwen threw her hip into the pry bar. The thick wooden frame splintered with a sharp crack. The internal lock disengaged with a dull thud. The oak door swung open on silent, well-oiled hinges. Deacon stepped into the private sanctuary. The penlight beam cut across a massive mahogany desk in the center of the room. A high-backed leather executive chair sat pushed against a wall of legal bookshelves. Thick Persian rugs covered the floor, muffling their footsteps. The room smelled of expensive cigar smoke, aged leather bindings, and pure arrogance. "Search the filing cabinets," Deacon said. "I'll take the desk." Gwen moved toward a row of tall steel cabinets in the corner of the office. Deacon limped to the massive desk. The pain in his ribs flared, stealing his breath. He leaned his weight against the mahogany, giving his shattered ankle a momentary reprieve. He hated this part of the job. He evaluated fastballs, not offshore bank accounts. But the game changed the moment Dalton's elbow gave way. He shined the penlight across the polished wood surface. A flat-screen computer monitor sat dark and silent. A silver fountain pen set caught the light, gleaming next to a leather blotter. He tugged the top right desk drawer. The wood refused to budge. Locked. Deacon pulled a flathead screwdriver from his back pocket. The motel maintenance closet provided excellent tools for impromptu lockpicking. He jammed the hardened steel flathead into the cheap brass desk lock. He twisted his wrist, applying brutal torque. The internal metal tumblers snapped under the pressure. Deacon pulled the drawer open. File folders stuffed the shallow wooden box. He flipped through the manila tabs, reading the labels. Patient histories. Equipment invoices. Standard operating expenses. The mundane paperwork of a legitimate business. He pushed the folders to the margins. His fingers brushed against a heavy, leather-bound book at the rear of the drawer. He grabbed the thick spine. He pulled the ledger free and dropped it onto the mahogany surface. The heavy book landed with a solid thud. He flipped the leather cover open. "Got it," Deacon said. Gwen left the filing cabinets. She crossed the Persian rug and aimed her tactical flashlight at the open pages. Columns of neat, handwritten numbers filled the ledger. Dates aligned with offshore wire transfers. Cayman Island bank routing numbers sat adjacent to massive cash deposits. A separate column listed bulk chemical shipments from a clandestine lab in Costa Rica. Deacon traced the ink with his index finger. "He buys the experimental peptide raw," Deacon said, reading the coded entries. "He mixes the compound right here in the clinic. The toxic runoff dumps into your estuary. He bypassed hazardous waste protocols to save a few $1,000s. The bastard poisoned the entire bay for a better profit margin," Gwen said. Disgust laced her voice. "He killed the marine life to fund his country club membership. He broke a kid's arm for the same reason," Deacon said. "Greed creates a massive wake." Deacon retrieved his cell phone from his pocket. He swiped the screen, opening the camera application. "I need photographs. Chicago won't accept my word on a scouting report. They want hard documentation. I send these pictures to Fletcher, and we hold all the cards." He held the phone over the ledger. He tapped the glowing screen, focusing the digital lens on the Cayman Island routing numbers. The overhead fluorescent light fixtures exploded with blinding white illumination. Deacon squeezed his eyes shut against the agonizing glare. The pen light slipped from his fingers, rolled off the desk, and hit the Persian rug. The silence of the clinic vanished, replaced by the angry hum of the fluorescent tubes. "Please," a smooth, cultured voice said. "Take all the pictures you require. Documentation is a cornerstone of good medicine." Fighting the bright spots dancing in his vision, Deacon turned toward the doorway. Dr. Arthur Thomas stood in the shattered wooden doorframe. The doctor wore a pristine charcoal suit, lacking a single wrinkle despite the late hour. The polite reptilian smile stretched across his face, a mask of total control. A massive man stood behind the doctor, blocking the hallway. Deacon recognized the broad shoulders and the thick neck from the parking lot ambush. The goon held a suppressed, matte black pistol in his right hand. The hollow barrel aimed at Deacon's chest. Chapter 18. Harsh, fluorescent light burned the shadows from the mahogany office. The sudden glare stung Deacon's eyes. He blinked against the assault, forcing his vision to adjust. Dr. Arthur Thomas stood in the shattered doorframe. The doctor's pristine charcoal suit contrasted with the jagged splinters of the ruined oak door. A polite, dead smile stretched across his face. The massive man behind the doctor blocked the hallway. Deacon remembered the thick neck and the broad shoulders from the motel parking lot ambush. The goon aimed a suppressed, matte black pistol at Deacon's chest. The hollow steel barrel looked like a bottomless pit. Death waited inside that dark cylinder. Deacon did not drop the phone. He kept his right hand steady over the ledger. His thumb hovered a fraction of an inch above the glowing glass screen. "You brought a gun to a corporate audit, Doc," Deacon said. "Bad form." Thomas stepped into the office. His leather loafers made zero sound on the thick Persian rug. "You shattered my door, Mr. Deacon. You forced open a private desk. You present a significant security threat to this facility." "I presented a buyout offer this morning," Deacon said. He kept his voice flat and bored, hiding the adrenaline spiking in his chest. "I told you I needed the real numbers. You missed the deadline. I initiated my own due diligence." Gwen shifted her weight. Her boots scraped against the floorboards. She tightened her grip on the forged steel pry bar. "Drop the iron, little girl," the goon said. His voice carried a brutal, gravelly edge. "Keep your hands on the tool," Deacon told her. He locked eyes with Thomas. "She drops nothing. And your ape keeps his finger off that trigger." Thomas adjusted his cuffs. The heavy silver watch caught the overhead light. "You mistake your position. You possess zero leverage in this room. Place the phone on the desk. Step away from the ledger." "I can't do that," Deacon said. "My thumb gets tired. The muscle spasms. The screen registers a tap. An email flies straight to a dozen inboxes." The polite smile slipped from the doctor's face. "A bluff. You lack a cellular signal inside this reinforced building." "Check the top left corner of my screen," Deacon said. He tilted the device toward the doctor. 4 bars. The strip mall uses cheap drywall. The attachment contains high-resolution photographs of your Cayman Island routing numbers. It includes the Costa Rican chemical manifests. The recipient list features my front office in Chicago, 3 regional directors of the EPA, and the sports desk at the Miami Herald. Thomas stared at the glowing phone. The calculation played out behind his cold blue eyes. The doctor thrived on control. He manipulated desperate kids and sanitized the paperwork. A double homicide in his primary place of business represented chaos. "You die before the email sends," the goon said. He raised the pistol an inch. "Maybe," Deacon said. "But a 9mm slug creates a massive mess. Blood soaks into these expensive rugs. Brain matter splatters across those law books. You scrub the room, but the luminal always finds the stains. The police ask questions. The feds notice the missing environmental activist. They trace her last known location to your clinic. Deacon leaned his weight against the mahogany desk, giving his shattered right ankle a rest. Ty Cobb's ghost pounded a steady, agonizing rhythm into the scar tissue. He ignored the pain. He needed the doctor to see absolute confidence. "You run a high-end medical fraud scheme, Doc," Deacon continued. "You poison the Gulf. You shatter elbows for profit. You understand risk management. A dead scout and a dead boat captain equal federal prison. A corporate buyout equals early retirement." "You insult my intelligence," Thomas said. "Chicago wants nothing to do with this mess." "Chicago cares about the peptide formula," Deacon said. He patted his jacket pocket, tapping the glass vial against his ribs. "I have the physical sample. I have the financial yield. They will buy the patent and bury your indiscretions. But they require me alive to authorize the wire transfer." Silence stretched across the sterile room. The air conditioning hissed from the ceiling vents, pumping frigid air over the standoff. Sweat trickled down the back of Deacon's neck. The damp collar of his shirt clung to his skin. Thomas looked at the ledger. He looked at the hovering thumb. The doctor understood the mathematics of the situation. The risk of a messy double murder outweighed the threat of the digital photographs. The corporate greed of the Chicago front office offered a plausible escape hatch. "Lower the weapon, Marcus," Thomas said. The massive man frowned. The pistol remained locked on Deacon's chest. "Boss, I can drop him clean." "Lower it," Thomas repeated. The cultured voice cracked like a whip. The scout made a valid point about the carpeting. "We are businessmen, not cartel enforcers." Marcus exhaled a heavy breath. He lowered the matte black pistol, pointing the barrel at the floor tiles. Deacon let out a slow, controlled breath. The knot in his chest loosened a fraction. He did not move his thumb from the screen. "Good decision, Doc. Chicago appreciates a rational partner." "Take your digital photographs," Thomas said. Disgust curled the edge of his mouth. "Leave the physical ledger on the desk. You know the way out." "We prefer an escort," Deacon said. He nodded toward the splintered doorframe. "Gwen, walk backward. Keep the iron ready." Gwen backed away from the steel filing cabinets. She kept her eyes locked on Marcus. The heavy pry bar rested across her shoulder, ready for a swing. She moved into the hallway, swallowed by the darkness of the corridor. Deacon grabbed the edge of the desk. He pushed himself upright. The bruised ribs screamed in protest. He maintained his grip on the phone, keeping the screen illuminated. He took a deliberate step backward. His leather shoes scuffed the Persian rug. He took another step. He reached the threshold of the office. "I expect the earnest money on Monday," Thomas said. The polite mask returned, freezing his features into a calm facade. "Chicago moves fast when they smell a profit," Deacon said. He stepped into the dark hallway. He did not turn his back. He moved backward, matching Gwen's pace. The beam from Gwen's tactical flashlight painted erratic circles against the walls. The long walk down the corridor felt like a march through molasses. Every shadow looked like a secondary ambush. The frigid air conditioning chilled his sweat-soaked shirt. They reached the shattered rear service door. The humid Florida night air poured through the opening, smelling of rot and stagnant water. "Out," Gwen whispered. Deacon stepped over the threshold. The brutal heat slammed into him, a physical weight pressing against his chest. Gwen pulled the ruined steel door shut behind them. The broken deadbolt refused to latch. The door hung loose on its hinges. The adrenaline crashed. Deacon stumbled. His right ankle buckled under his weight. He hit the rough asphalt of the alley, scraping his palms against the loose gravel. Pain flared up his leg, radiating into his spine. Gwen dropped the pry bar. The metal clattered against the pavement. She grabbed Deacon by the shoulder, hauling him upward. "Get up. We need the car." Deacon found his footing. He leaned on her shoulder. They moved past the overflowing green dumpsters. The stench of decaying medical waste churned his stomach. They reached the rental sedan, parked in the shadows of the adjacent strip mall. Gwen snatched the keys from his hand. She unlocked the doors. Deacon collapsed into the passenger seat. He slammed the door shut, locking it instantly. Gwen slid behind the wheel. She started the engine. The sedan roared to life. She threw the transmission into drive and stomped the accelerator. The car lurched forward, leaving the alley behind. Neon signs from the Tamiami Trail reflected in the windshield. Red and blue lights bled across the glass. The air conditioning kicked on, blasting stale air against Deacon's bruised face. He looked at his phone. The screen remained lit. He locked the device and shoved it into his pocket. The digital evidence sat secure in the hard drive. "He let us walk," Gwen said. Her hands gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white from the tension. "He bought the corporate bluff," Deacon said. He rested his head against the glass window. The vibration of the road hummed through his skull. "He thinks Chicago wants to make him rich." "Where to?" "The marina. We need a safe harbor." Gwen navigated the empty night streets. The sprawling concrete subdivisions faded into the distance. The salty tang of the Gulf of Mexico filtered through the air vents, replacing the smell of hot asphalt. They passed darkened seafood shacks and empty bait shops. The marina parking lot sat desolate under the glow of a single sodium lamp. Gwen parked the sedan near the wooden docks. They exited the vehicle. The rhythmic slap of water against fiberglass hulls echoed through the humid air. Halyards clanked against aluminum masts, a chaotic metallic symphony. Deacon limped down the wooden pier. The planks groaned under his boots. The stench of diesel fuel and dead fish choked the atmosphere. The red tide bloom pushed a massive mat of decaying marine life against the pilings. They reached Gwen's charter boat. The Mangrove Queen bobbed in the dark water. Gwen hopped over the gunwale, landing on the fiberglass deck. Deacon grabbed the metal rail. He pulled his bruised body over the side, landing heavy on the non-skid surface. Gwen unlocked the cabin door. They stepped down into the cramped galley. The cabin smelled of old coffee and brine. Gwen flicked a switch. A single yellow bulb illuminated the small wooden table. Deacon sank onto the padded bench seat. Total exhaustion settled into his bones. He pulled the small blue glass vial from his jacket pocket. He set it on the scarred wooden table. He pulled the phone from his other pocket, placing it next to the vial. The physical sample and the digital ledger. The complete puzzle. "We have the proof," Gwen said. She grabbed a bottle of water from a small refrigerator and tossed it to him. Deacon caught the plastic bottle. He cracked the seal and drank half the water in a single swallow. The cool liquid soothed his dry throat. He stared at the blue vial. Dalton's ruined elbow flashed in his memory. "We have the weapon," Deacon said. "Now I have to point it at Chicago." Chapter 19. Dawn broke over Fort Myers in a bruised palette of purple and gray. The heavy, stagnant humidity returned with the sun, pressing a wet blanket against the cracked asphalt of the strip mall. Red and blue strobe lights shattered the morning gloom. 6 local police cruisers formed a chaotic, angled barricade across the Gulf Wellness Clinic parking lot. Static spit from the open windows of the patrol cars, blending with the low rumble of idling engines. Deacon sat on the hood of the rented Chevy Malibu. The cheap sheet metal groaned under his weight. He rested his leather boots on the front bumper, keeping his right leg elevated. Ty Cobb's ghost delivered a relentless, throbbing punishment deep inside the scar tissue of his ankle. Pain radiated up his calf, a brutal reminder of the alleyway escape. He held a paper cup of bad diner coffee in his left hand. Heat bled through the cardboard, warming his bruised knuckles. The dark liquid tasted of burnt copper and stale grounds. Gwen leaned against the passenger side door. She wore her faded canvas jacket against the morning dew, her arms crossed over her chest. She watched the spectacle unfold in silence. Uniformed officers swarmed the frosted glass doors of the clinic. Yellow crime scene tape stretched from a rusted light pole to the building facade, snapping in the sluggish breeze. Two white panel vans, bearing the seal of the Environmental Protection Agency, occupied the rear alleyway. Men, in heavy rubber boots and protective coveralls, unloaded plastic testing kits onto the dirt. Deacon watched the destruction of the empire. The digital evidence did the required work. He sent the Cayman Island routing numbers, the Costa Rican chemical manifests, and the photos of the toxic PVC pipe to the Miami Herald sports desk at 3 a.m. The journalists published the story an hour later. The massive public exposure forced the federal agencies to move. Bureaucrats hated bad press more than they hated environmental disaster. The clinic's front doors banged open. Two county deputies marched Dr. Arthur Thomas onto the concrete sidewalk. The doctor wore the pristine charcoal suit from the night before, but the fabric looked wrinkled and defeated. Heavy steel handcuffs bound his wrists behind his back. The polished, reptilian smile vanished. Raw, unmasked fury twisted his features. He locked eyes with Deacon across the parking lot. Deacon raised the paper coffee cup in a silent, cynical toast. Marcus, the massive cartel guard, followed his boss. Thick plastic zip ties secured the giant's hands. He glared at the Malibu, but a deputy shoved him toward the back of a waiting transport van. Evidence boxes piled up on the sidewalk. Detectives hauled out the leather-bound ledger, desktop computers, and cardboard boxes filled with blue glass vials. Apex Biolabs faced a similar raid in Tampa by noon. The entire supply chain collapsed under the weight of a single email. A harsh, vibrating buzz rattled the metal hood of the Malibu. Deacon looked down. His cell phone danced across the gray paint, threatening to slide onto the pavement. The digital screen glared in the morning shadows. The caller ID displayed a Chicago area code. Fletcher. Deacon picked up the device. He swiped the green icon and brought the phone to his ear. He kept his eyes on the police cruisers. "You ruined $1 million arm," Fletcher screamed. The front office executive skipped the greeting. His voice carried the abrasive texture of grinding gears. Deacon took a sip of the bitter coffee. "The arm ruined itself, Fletch. I saved the organization a massive lawsuit." The kid threw his elbow into the dirt. The ligament snapped on the mound. "You cost us a draft pick," Fletcher shouted. The ambient noise of the Chicago corporate office vanished, replaced by the hollow echo of a private conference room. Miami backed away. "We had a clear path to sign him. We secure the rights, we pay for the surgery, and we stash him on the injured list." The kid generated elite spin rates. "The kid pumped experimental poison into his veins," Deacon said. He shifted his weight on the hood. His bruised ribs flared with sharp agony. "Thomas ran a clandestine pharmacy. The velocity came from a synthetic peptide. It turned his bones to chalk. The medical profile was a complete fraud." "I read the Miami Herald piece, Deacon. You leaked the financial ledger. You sent the environmental photos to the press. I eliminated the blind spot. You destroyed an acquisition target," Fletcher countered. The rage in his voice shifted into a cold, corporate absolute. "We authorized the buyout. The general manager wanted the clinic. He wanted the peptide formula. We patent that chemical, we refine it, and we control the rehabilitation market for the entire league. You burned $1 billion asset to save a swamp." The sheer sociopathy of the statement chilled the humid Florida air. Chicago never cared about the kid. They never cared about the fraud. They saw the miracle drug, evaluated the profit margin, and decided to buy the supplier. Deacon manipulated Thomas with a bluff, but the front office intended to make the bluff a reality. "Thomas poisoned the estuary," Deacon said. "He dumped bio-waste into the Caloosahatchee. The red tide fed on it. Dead fish coated the beaches." "We scout baseball," Fletcher snapped. "We do not run the Sierra Club. You wear the Chicago logo. You work for the machine. Your job requires obedience, not a moral crusade. You crossed a line you cannot uncross. You wanted me to clear a doomed kid. I wanted you to follow orders. You went rogue. The owner demands a head on a spike. You embarrassed the franchise on a national level." Deacon stared at the blinking police lights. The machine chewed up Jimmy Dalton. It intended to chew up the next desperate kid, and the next. The corporate gears demanded blood and velocity. Deacon spent 20 years greasing those gears. He looked at the heavy plaster cast in his memory. He looked at Gwen standing by the car, watching the EPA technicians test the poisoned dirt. "Fire me," Deacon said. Silence stretched across the cellular connection. "You throw away a pension, Deacon. You throw away the health insurance. Good luck fixing that shattered ankle on a minor league coach's salary. You are done in this league." "I know," Deacon said. He pulled the phone away from his ear. He tapped the red button, cutting the connection. The screen went dark. He slid off the hood of the Malibu. His boots hit the asphalt. The right ankle buckled for a fraction of a second. He caught his balance against the front quarter panel, gritting his teeth against the fresh spike of pain. Gwen turned her head. She studied his battered face. "You look like a man who just lost his job." "I lost the job 15 years ago when a guy from Cleveland spiked my leg," Deacon said. "I just stopped cashing the checks today." He opened the driver's side door. The shattered window left sharp cubes of safety glass scattered across the interior carpet. He reached into his breast pocket and retrieved the leather wallet. He pulled the silver corporate expense card from the fold. The embossed Chicago logo caught the dawn sunlight. The plastic represented luxury hotels, prime steakhouse dinners, and a total surrender of conscience. Deacon popped the glove box open. He tossed the platinum card into the dark plastic compartment. He slammed the small door shut. He lacked the energy to care about the lost pension. The headache behind his eyes faded, replaced by a hollow, ringing exhaustion. He dismantled the clinic. He stopped the toxic runoff. He saved the next kid from the butcher block. But Jimmy Dalton still woke up in a sterile hospital room with a ruined limb and a mountain of debt. The victory tasted like ash. Deacon closed the car door. He leaned against the roof. The morning heat intensified, baking the dampness out of the air. The police cruisers began to filter out of the parking lot, transporting the ruins of the Gulf Wellness Clinic to the county jail. "The tide turns in an hour," Gwen said. She pushed away from the passenger door. "I have to get back to the marina. The fish need counting, dead or alive." "I have one more stop to make," Deacon said. He looked at the empty strip mall. The lotus flower sign above the clinic doors looked pathetic in the harsh daylight. The game demanded a toll. Deacon paid his share. He prepared to start the engine and drive toward the hospital, needing to look the collateral damage in the eye one last time. Chapter 20. A harsh Gulf breeze howled through the shattered driver's side window of the rented Chevy Malibu. The missing safety glass provided a relentless wind tunnel, whipping Deacon's collar against his bruised neck. Florida morning heat poured into the cabin, overwhelming the struggling air conditioning compressor. The air smelled of baked asphalt, distant salt spray, and the cheap pine air freshener dangling from the rearview mirror. Deacon steered the damaged sedan off the Tamiami Trail. He navigated a sprawling maze of medical offices, following the blue signs toward Fort Myers Memorial Hospital. The engine knocked, complaining about the abuse of the past 48 hours. He found a parking space beneath the meager shadow of a dying scrub oak. Killing the ignition, he sat in the suffocating silence of the cabin. The silver corporate expense card sat locked inside the dark plastic compartment of the glove box. He lacked the authority to authorize a hotel stay. He lacked the health insurance to cover a doctor's visit for his battered ribs. The Chicago front office severed the cord the moment he leaked the Apex Biolabs ledger to the press. Fletcher protected the franchise. Deacon protected his conscience. The exchange rate left him unemployed, bruised, and staring at a cracked dashboard. He grabbed a dark blue baseball cap from the passenger seat. The front panel featured the red, embroidered logo of the Chicago organization. Opening the heavy car door, he stepped onto the blacktop. His right boot hit the pavement. Ty Cobb's ghost drove a rusted railroad spike deep into the fused bones of his ankle. A ragged breath escaped his lips. He leaned his weight against the sun-baked roof of the Malibu, waiting for the initial fire in his leg to subside. The cartel muscle broke a rib and rearranged his face, but the ancient baseball injury remained the true master of his pain. He pushed himself away from the car. He adopted a stiff, uneven gait, crossing the parking lot toward the sliding glass doors of the main entrance. Frigid air blasted his face, smelling of iodine, bleached cotton, and institutional floor wax. The chaotic hum of the hospital lobby echoed off the tile walls. Nurses in pastel scrubs hurried past, pushing metal supply carts. An overhead paging system barked a sequence of numbers. Deacon bypassed the reception desk. He navigated the elevator bank, riding the stainless steel car to the orthopedic recovery wing. The doors parted. The third-floor corridor felt quieter, heavier. A digital heart monitor beeped, a steady green rhythm from an open doorway down the hall. He counted the room numbers, dragging his bad leg across the scuffed linoleum. He reached Dalton's room. The heavy wooden door stood half open. Deacon stopped at the threshold. Jimmy Dalton slept in the center of the mechanical bed. The narcotic drip pulled the kid into a deep, chemical oblivion. Translucent skin stretched tight over the sharp angles of his face. The dark, bruised shadows beneath his eyes looked permanent. The clear plastic oxygen tube rested under his nose. The massive plaster cast dominated the space. Hospital staff elevated the ruined right arm on a stack of blue foam wedges. The white shell swallowed the shoulder, the bicep, and the shattered elbow hinge. Metal pins protruded from the plaster near the wrist, locking the fractured bones in a rigid cage. The structure resembled a mausoleum built for a $1 million dream. Deacon stepped into the room. His leather soles made zero sound on the floor. He approached the bedside table. A plastic pitcher of water sweated onto a paper coaster. A half-eaten cup of red gelatin caught the fluorescent light. Dalton chased a fantasy built by a sociopathic doctor and fueled by a greedy corporate machine. The kid wanted a steak dinner and a paid-off mortgage. He received a surgeon's saw and a lifetime of chronic pain. The machine demanded velocity. The machine possessed zero use for a broken toy. Miami pulled the contract. Chicago vanished. Deacon looked at the blue baseball cap in his hands. The embroidered logo represented decades of hotel rooms, bad diner coffee, and compromised morals. He scouted the talent. He greased the gears. He fed the kids into the wood chipper. He placed the cap on the edge of the nightstand. The cotton fabric settled next to the plastic water pitcher. It offered zero comfort and zero solutions. It functioned as a silent apology, a marker left on a fresh grave. Dalton shifted against the white hospital sheets. A rough sigh rattled in his throat. The kid remained asleep, trapped in a morphine haze. Deacon turned his back on the bed. He walked out of the sterile room, leaving the kid to the silence of the monitors. The heavy toll of the game rested on the dirt, paid in full. An hour later, the Malibu crunched across the loose gravel of the marina parking lot. The morning sun baked the wooden docks, drawing the moisture out of the warped planks. The stench of the red tide hung thick over the basin, an oppressive, suffocating blanket of spoiled sulfur and decaying marine life. Dead silver mullet bobbed in the brown water, trapped against the concrete seawall by the incoming tide. Deacon killed the engine. He grabbed his canvas duffel bag from the back seat and stepped into the brutal humidity. He walked down the main pier. Halyards clanked against aluminum masts in a chaotic, metallic symphony. Seagulls screamed over the poisoned water. He found the Mangrove Queen secured in its slip. Gwen stood on the fiberglass deck. She wore her faded canvas jacket against the brutal sun, scrubbing the non-skid surface with a long-handled brush. Soapy water spilled over the gunnels, mixing with the toxic river foam. She heard the heavy thud of Deacon's boots on the wood. She stopped scrubbing. She leaned the brush against the center console and pushed the mirrored Costa sunglasses up onto her tangled blonde hair. She studied his battered face and the distinct limp. "The EPA brought a circus tent to the strip mall," Gwen said. Her raspy voice cut through the cries of the gulls. White panel vans. Men in heavy rubber suits. They taped off the alleyway. "Bureaucrats love a photo op," Deacon said. He stopped at the edge of the slip, resting his hands in his pockets. "They ignore the poison for 5 years, seize a ledger, and claim a massive victory." Thomas made the morning news. Gwen walked to the rail. County deputies paraded him out of the clinic in handcuffs. He looked wrinkled. He lacked the polite smile. He faces a dozen federal indictments. Deacon looked past the skiff, staring at the distant dark wall of the mangrove labyrinth. The offshore wire transfers guarantee tax evasion charges. The illegal pharmacy adds another 10 years. The environmental damage ensures he dies in a concrete box. Gwen followed his gaze toward the river. The red tide remains. The chemical heat fed the bloom. It takes years for the estuary to flush the heavy metals out of the mud. Thomas goes to prison, but the river still chokes. "The victory tastes like ash," Deacon agreed. "You look like a man without a destination." "I look for a highway," Deacon said. "I stopped cashing the Chicago paychecks. I stopped evaluating the cattle." Gwen reached down and grabbed the mooring line. She tightened the nylon rope around the rusted iron cleat. She understood the transaction. They shared a target, executed the demolition, and survived the fallout. The Florida backwater offered zero room for sentimentality. "Keep the ice on that jaw, Scout," Gwen said. She raised a calloused hand, offering a brief, solitary wave. Deacon gave a single nod. He turned away from the slip. He retraced his steps down the wooden pier, leaving the eco-charter captain to her poisoned river. He reached the rented sedan. The interior felt like a blast furnace. He threw the canvas duffel bag onto the passenger seat and climbed behind the steering wheel. He jammed the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life, shaking the cheap dashboard plastic. He shifted the transmission into drive. The tires crunched over the crushed oyster shells and gravel. He steered the car out of the marina, merging onto the heavy northbound traffic of Route 41. The open road stretched toward the horizon, a shimmering ribbon of black asphalt melting in the midday sun. The hot Gulf breeze punished his face through the broken window. His right ankle throbbed, a relentless, agonizing rhythm. He adjusted his posture, seeking a comfortable angle against the cheap upholstery. The pain offered a familiar, grounding reality. The corporate machine continued to grind. Another scout sat in another set of aluminum bleachers today, holding a radar gun, searching for the next 98-mile-per-hour miracle. Deacon left the machine behind. He checked the fuel gauge. Half a tank. Interstate 75 waited a few miles ahead. Another cheap motel waited near a highway off-ramp. Another bad cup of diner coffee waited in the morning. He possessed the clothes on his back and a canvas bag full of empty notebooks. He pressed his boot against the accelerator. The engine whined, picking up speed. He drove north into the glare, letting the Florida heat burn the past away. The end. First at bat. Out at second. Top of the third.